Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Let's go trade in our fish. They added this new thing to freaking Firefox. It was like tab groups or something. And I accidentally turned 2 of my tabs into a tab group. And I'm like, how do I get rid of this?
Wahoo.
I closed it. Butters, oh my god, thank you so much for the resub. Sheesh. Yo, King Seraph, hi. It's time. Oh my god, I've just been so busy with editing the whole thing. But we're here. Oh my god. Why did I not have money? Was I poor, guys? I think I was poor. I couldn't. What's the Magnus? But yeah, I accidentally turned 2 of my tabs into like a tab group on Firefox. I guess it's a new feature. And then I closed it thinking I would like separate the tabs, but it just literally closed all 4 of my tabs. And I was like scrambling to like put everything back. What the freak? What the heck? New stuff. Had Jay panicking last night? Oh my god, funners. I thought like, oh, did I make an editing mistake? Did I not put one of the winners in the winners section? Questline is long. Yes, yeah, it's one of the longer quest lines. I think I did mention that it was a thick one. It was a pretty thick one, but it's very, very important to do. It unlocks a lot of very, very important account-wide stuff. So it's also pretty rewarding too. You get a brand new skill, you get a free pen boss gear, you unlock those account-wide features. So it's definitely important to do. Did I say it's definitely twice? Holy. Oh my god, I was swapped without teleporting back. On console, it auto-completed? What? Why would it auto-complete? What? You just got it done? You didn't have to do anything? Did you even have a quest line? Was the quest line optional? Dat fail? Isn't it late for you, Dat fail? Hi, Dat fail. Isn't it late for you? $2.44. Well, thank you for stopping by, Dat fail. We were playing some Monster Hunter last stream. We were playing for like 8 hours. It's weekend, no rules. Oh, sheesh. We were able to get down Arch-Tempered Raidao like 10 times. Just enough so we can make both armor sets, like the male and female one. I did start the stream a little bit later. I said I was going to start in the morning, but then Fudders was like, oh, it's not until like 5 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm like, oh, maybe I should start later then, because I don't want to be doing old hunts for 8 hours and then Raid comes out, you know. Let's do some dailies. I don't know why I still do the horse daily, but I feel like I'll regret it if I skip it. You know what I mean? I tried to play World last night and I just don't like it. Oh. Hi Michael, how are you? Is it, well, I mean, I can kind of see it because you got to experience the new version of basically Monster Hunter World, because Wild is basically the the sequel to Worlds, right? And so it had a lot of much more developed features than World. And it's a lot slower, for sure. It's definitely a lot slower, because I would say Wilds is basically a mixture of Rise and World. World was a slower version of Monster Hunter, and then Wilds was an extremely fast-paced version of Monster Hunter. And then Wilds was just like somewhere in between of that pacing, you know? Free training master, you should do it on the actual horse though with the new horses. Oh, but I'm lazy, Michael. I'm lazy. I am lazy. That's the issue. Your video content creator, you need to set examples. True. You're gonna catch those horses. Well, my fishing, actually my fishing rods finally ran out of durability, so maybe I should stop fishing and maybe do some horse training, because I do eventually want to collect the what's it called, the luminescent lantern, something like that, right? Oh my god, Lith Harbor. Any Lith Harbor enjoyers? I just realized this was playing. I added all my Maple Story songs to the playlist just for funsies. I do need to get rid of some Agris, because I am out of Agris. Or rather, I am full on Agris. I'm capped out. Need to get rid of some Agris today. Kerning City OG. I don't have Kerning City in my playlist. I need to add. I need to bump. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dum, I know it. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-bump. That's how it goes, right? It's very funky. Now that I think about it, whoever like wrote that, he had some funk, you know? Wait, why is my FPS dying? What happened? You see this, guys? Hello? Oh, there we go. It fixed. My FPS like broke all of a sudden. I couldn't escape out of the family inventory. When Global Labs update when, by the way? I heard that there was none this week, so they're waiting till next week because it's a holiday. So no Global Labs. Unlucky. I was hoping the Global Labs would be a nice topic for today, but for the podcast, but unfortunately. Noble Labs, yeah. I was hoping for some Awakening Nova changes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what they come up with next week. Hi, Argarth. How are you? Hi. Nerf was no. Don't nerf my Wusa. No. My Wusa's looking ferocious, guys. Oh my god, her freaking clothes are dirty. Hello? Gotta clean it up. There we go, nice and clean. By the way, am I just looking in the wrong place? Because I'm struggling to find Deadeye info. Like how to play the class, King Sire? You might want to check out the Deadeye Discord. Usually the class Discords have some decent resources for playing the class. Additionally, YouTube videos are a pretty good way to find some more info on how to play the class. Generally, grinding videos is what I look at to learn how to play better. Oh my god, am I muted? Oh my god. Monka. I was saying, so you're telling me, okay, guys, if you guys don't know what advantage is in BG3 or Baldur's or like D&D, basically advantage means you roll twice and you take the better roll, right? So for Datfail to get a natural one or a critical miss 3 times in a row, they would have had to roll double ones 3 times in a row, which is 6 ones in a row. That's crazy. What are the chances of that? Holy. I love your outfit. Like, yes, girl, give us going grocery shopping at 6 a.m. vibes. True. Oh yeah, I think they have like weighted dice. Like if you roll two, if you get like a pity system, right? But that's not real D&D, right? You gotta just play it by the cons. But that's insane. That's crazy. What's the chances of that? 1 out of 20, 6 times in a row. Holy. So it's 5% stacked upon 5% stacked upon 5% and percent. I remember having karmic dice and getting some weird rolls. Could you elaborate on what you mean by weird? Weird. What do you mean by weird? Missing almost very over 90% hit chances, but hitting a lot of 5%. That just sounds like BDO. That just sounds like BDO RNG for like enhancing and stuff. Ah, I mean, that's just how RNG works sometimes, right? RNG be RNG. Also, to add on insult to injury, the only way I could have missed was the critical miss. Oh my god. Damn. What class were you playing? That fail. What class were you playing? Did I do my black shine already? I did, okay. Vengeance Paladin. Ooh. Is it the new one? Is that the new one? Oh, it's not. Oh. Because I remember they added a new subclass for each of them, right? Because what kind of paladins were there? There was Oathbreaker Paladin. I don't remember the other ones. Oh my god, we're almost done, guys. We're almost done with our fragments. I think we need like 5 more. We need 5 more, guys. If I can find it. Yeah, five more fragments and then I'm done. I'm done. Maybe we can finish it tonight. I do have Oldmoon Podcast in about an hour from now, so we'll have to continue our grind after it. We'll try to get as much done beforehand. The new one is Oath of the Crown. Oh, interesting. What kind of stuff do you get from Oath of the Crown? Is that one like better than the others? This is why, as a DM, I don't have my players roll if they can only miss a critical fail. Roll. But don't you usually have to roll for everything? Or do you mean if the only way they can miss is a critical miss, you just let them hit it? Is that what you mean? It's basically the closest thing to an actual tank in PDT from what I've heard. Ah, with the crown. Interesting. AoE compelled duel or like a taunt. I see. That sounds pretty useful. In real D&D game, what is and isn't rolled is DM discretion. I see, I see. So you can be flexible. Okay, okay. Well, the only D&D I played is Baldur's Gate. That's actually my very first introduction to D&D, really. But I have played Larian's previous games. I don't know if you guys have played Divinity Original Sin, but that system was kind of like their, I guess, their own version of D&D. And I always known Larian to be a very, very fun studio. Oh, Bulgy. Oh my god. Gotta get my Bulgy bag. Bulgy bag, Bulgy bag. Have you set up some alts yet, Seraph, at these world bosses? Definitely very important to get him going on these Land of Morning Light ones. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ow. So in the Magnus Guaz line, or nor. How long has it been? And I can't remember if you had answered me earlier about like how it works on console. You said it auto completes. Like, did you even have a Magnus quest line? Like, let's say it auto completed, but could you still have done the quest line? Was there even a quest line at all? I'm trying to find the hard tree for this quest, but I've interacted with everything. Oh, you're on the island, right? Yeah, that one was like really annoying. Saraf, yeah. I would look up a video for those ones. Like for those like more annoying ones. Uh-oh. The bombs. Oh, someone got a sap. Cypress Hill? Cypress Hill what? Cypress Hill what? Hi, Keto, how are you? Oh, you just interacted with a chest. So there was absolutely no quest line at all that you could have done? Could they, were they not able to implement the quest line? Is what I'm asking. In console, they just, they couldn't implement it, so they just made it autocomplete? Oh, the current song. Oh. Is this Cypress Hill? I thought this was Linkin Park, according to the thing. You have no clue. I see, I see. Ba-bum. Okay. Are you heading off for the night, Nadville? I mean, you said it was like 3 a.m., right? Or you're just lurking. You're just degen hours. Back to Baldur's Gate. Have you guys seen this new game that a lot of the BG3 content creators have been like playing lately, called Expedition 33? Because I feel like a lot of BG3 content creators have like shifted over to that game because it's like very, like, I don't know if like it's like very D&D like, but I noticed a lot of BG3 content creators have shifted over there. Am I muted again? Oh my god. What was the last thing I said, guys? Oh my god. Okay, so let me... What was the last thing I said? I can't remember. I'll just recap everything I said. I was like, yeah, you mentioned with Little J and stuff like that. And then I remember saying I recognized that actress. And then I was asking, oh, is there not too many customization options for the game? And then I was saying I was more focused on the gameplay, which was very like old classic Japanese RPG style, similar to like Legend of Dragoon. That was the last thing I said. So I've been talking this entire time for like 5 minutes. Oh my god, guys, I've just been muting like every time I cough, because I mean, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm getting sick or something. Maybe I just like stayed up too long like freaking editing or something. But yeah, I like to mute when I need to like cough or clear my throat, and I just forget to unmute. Unlucky. I've been muted for that long. That's so sad. Had a lot of good commentary too. Yeah, if you guys ever see me, if you ever see my bottle like moving its mouth and there's no sound, I'm probably muted. You know what I mean? So I'm probably muted. There we go. Then this, and I guess let's flip our farms. Yeah, I was yapping. Before it was worse, King Seraph, because I didn't have a, you know, rigged model before, and I was just using Little J, like the little raccoon, and if I, you know, if it was muted, Little J wouldn't move or anything, right? So before, when I was muted, like literally nothing would happen, and people will just think I'm like focused on the gameplay when I've been yapping for like 10 minutes straight, and then nobody knew because I just had like a static image on screen, right? And so I'm glad now that I do have something that makes it very obvious that I'm muted now. So, but before it was way worse than this. Holy. I'm usually like humming along too. Like if I'm not yapping, I'm usually like humming along to the song too. So if you don't hear from me for a while, it means I'm probably muted. I've been watching a lot of MH lore videos, and I learned some things about Zoa Shia. Yeah, about how I think I remember hearing that it's like supposed to be like a synthetic kind of thing to counter the black dragons, right? Like it was made to be on par with the level of black dragons or something like that, right? I did like this lore of Monster Hunter World better though. Wild Story kind of, it wasn't my favorite story. Like if I had to rank the stories between Wild's Rise and World, it would be World first, and then Wild second, and then Rise like third or something. Yeah, it was using like Fatalis moves. If you had played World Fighters, then you would know. Then you were like, oh my god, that's that attack. But then you said that you didn't like World, so you never get to experience it. Oh my god, Winter QP. Hi, Winter. Bum bum. Ba-da-da. It's trying to come. This is the classic, guys. This is the radio song. The radio song that was always playing. Maroon 5. I know it's hard. It's the meme song too. You know the meme song where I need to find it. Payphone, a guy singing meme. Hear this one. Stable Ronaldo. You know the meme with the guy. Here comes.
My turn. Here goes. Go. Yeah, I know it's hard to remember the people we used to be.
The mic is so... Okay, guys, he's honestly singing like really well. It's just his mic is not delivering, you know.
You say it's too late to make it. What is it too late to try?
The freaking audio distortion is
You wasted all of our bridges,
burnt down. I wasted my nights.
turned out the lights. Now
Oh my god, I love that video so much. But it's always like being used in a meme with like somebody who's just like chilling, someone chilling with the like the gameplay, and then it's like compared to the other video where the guy was like being a sweaty gamer, you know. I flip my desk if I don't find this hard tree. Again, King Seraph, videos is probably your best bet, because I don't even remember myself. I did the Magnus questline like when it first came out, so it's somewhere there. It's one of the little little interactable stuff. I definitely can say that quest is not the most like fun out of all of them. not really a fun quest, that one. That one was kind of that one is not one of the best designed quests. Another one, I don't know if you were there yet, we're at the quest line, but there was this one quest line where you had to like hide from the ships. Does anyone remember doing that? You're hiding from these ships, and then if you get caught, you know, the caught emote, if you get caught, then you gotta like restart it. I spent on you so good. Like there's one I can't get anything from because it's too hard. It could be what you might want to like potentially not like restart the whole quest, but like redo that part. Because there's sometimes bugs with some of the items or quests that usually abandoning the quest and retaking the quest is a good solution for those kinds of quests, you know, like if you're stuck on something, is to just restart it and see if it fixes it, because it might not be your fault, King Sire, that you can't find it. It might just be the game's fault for being bugged, and the game is known for having like bugged quests at times. And usually the best way to solve or fix bugged quests is abandoning the quest and then retaking it so that it kind of like, you know, restarts. Do I need to have an axe on me? No, there shouldn't be any like prerequisites. It's just interactables. So I guess my advice for you would be to restart that part of the quest, or maybe restart the entire section altogether and just follow a guide. Because it could just be bugged. Again, it might not be your fault, it might just be bugged. And that might be the only way to fix it. I've announced morning shift from Malaysia. Oh, sheesh. Malaysia. We are just doing our riffs right now, and we're gonna be getting going with the Oldmoon Podcast in a little bit here, 45 minutes. Yeah, and it's what true today. That is so. Having to pity Tube and Blackstar was more enjoyable experience than Magnus, to be honest. Well, yeah, the questing definitely not the strongest feature of video, that's for sure. Malaysia, Ooh, I'm not the biggest travel. I wish there was a Magnus to Malaysia. I would love to visit Malaysia. I just hate the whole traveling experience. So if they happen to build a Magnus well to Malaysia, I'll come visit, okay? But until then, I'll just be chilling over here in Canada, okay? Do, 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 do. I'm not gonna capture you. I don't think you would use the Magnus well to actually travel. That's a heck of a fall. I wonder how advanced we will get in our lifetime with travel. You know, like safe travel. You know. I'm like kind of thinking, is the bullet train from Japan potentially like the best way to travel? Like the fastest travel right now? I guess planes are pretty fast too. In our lifetime, not much more. So you're telling me we won't ever unlock teleportation? God damn it. Teleportation sounds very useful. Dude, I keep forgetting Visual Wave is not 3-second cooldown anymore. What the right? Dude, oh my god. Cygnus Garden. Such a beautiful theme song. Ba-dum. Okay, I think I've pretty much cleared all our dailies for today. So we can get started with grinding. This reminds me of a horror story where people invented black hole travel, but you have to sleep while traveling, else your mind will experience thousands of years in a blink of an eye and cause you to go insane. What? Where did you hear that horror story from? Have you seen the series Black Mirror by chance, Michael? Because that sounds like a Black Mirror kind of episode. Blonde bear. Hi, blonde bear. Surely nobody's late this time, right? Surely. Have you heard of a Sparkle Kimi no Nawa OST song? I've heard of Kimi no Nawa. I'm trying to like, I'm sure if I hear it, I'll recognize it for now. It might be one of those songs where I don't know the name of the song, but I just recognize it because I've heard it before, you know. But I have watched Kimi no Nawa before. Teleporting on a base level requires that the human body can be broken down into single particles, transported at light speed, and put it back together. That does seem pretty complicated right now. I wonder if we'll ever get to that point, though. You know, safely, of course. Because I feel like we're already living in the future. You know. I'm like wondering, do I just like wait until we get started? Because I don't really think I can get like a good grinding session right now, you know, until after the podcast. Dude, have you guys ever heard of Dami Lee by chance on YouTube? Because she has been such an amazing content creator that I've about like futuristic stuff. Well, I wouldn't say it's like completely futuristic stuff, but she's an architecture content creator, and she's always doing these like videos where she's talking about like Dune. I know, Blonde, you've been you're like a big Dune series fan, right? And she's talked about like, oh, what a like how are these like civilizations possible in the world of Dune? And she goes into like sort of the logistics behind that kind of stuff, right? And same thing with like everything like cyberpunk too. Like how we might already be there. There's also like, have you guys ever heard of solar punk by chance? Solar punk is basically the opposite of cyberpunk, where instead of like being this like futuristic dystopian kind of situation, solar punk is this more optimistic, humans working together with nature to have a good life and stuff like that, where you're incorporating nature into a lot of the technology and stuff like that. It's not just making a clone of yourself and somewhere else and destroying the original. Oh my god. That reminds me of Soma. The game Soma. Does anyone know the game Soma? Because that one basically had that, where you basically take somebody's like kind of like consciousness and then put it into like a different body, and then you destroy the original. The only YouTubers that watch is JaykunVT. Okay, thank you for now. Wow, are you a paid chatter right now? That's something. It sounds like something a paid chatter would say. We are living in a cyberpunk dystopia, just not a cool one with body mods. Damn. Damn. Ba-da-bum, bum. Bum, ba-da-bum. So what you're saying, Syraf, is that I will never be able to meet Keanu Reeves. Keanu doesn't age, man. He's like the same. Are we sure he isn't already a cyborg or something? Because he literally doesn't age. What the frick? What is the famous food in Canada? I mean, the signature of Canada? Poutine? I kind of like, what comes to mind immediately is like poutine, maple syrup, bacon, Canadian bacon. Ba-ba-ba. Please install your campsite. Dude, why are my like inputs kind of like delayed or something? Dude, that's weird. Bum. Maybe we should do some tabs or something. But I feel like I should save my tabs. I kind of want to like save a lot of my stuff for like content. I feel like that's the smart way to do it as a content creator, is like save up a bunch of tabs, be like 1 trillion silver enhancing session. Will it go pen or pry, Gotta put the clickbait thumbnails, Over 9,000 crons. I mean, 9,000 crons isn't that much anymore, actually. That's just how aging treats you when you're not problematic and stay. Michael. Based. The only celebrity I can think of that's nicer than Keanu is Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp. He's an amazing actor. Pirates of the Caribbean. Ba-da-dum-bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Did they ever make any more Pirates of the Caribbeans in the series? So I haven't heard much about the Pirates of the Caribbean series in a long time. Ooh, why don't we just organize our inventory and stuff? Because I feel like our inventory is disgusting right now. Our inventory is so friggin' messy, guys. Dude, there's 5, but the 4th and 5th are not canon. Ooh. It's like a trilogy like Lord of the Rings or Back to the Future or Batman. Why did they make a 4th and 5th one? Fan service? Money, 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 money. It must be funny in a rich man's world. Abba, anybody? Abba? Maybe I should get back into bartering, guys. I do want the null eventually. The Eben Ruths. Say yes, it's a need to know. Tough luck, my friend. Don't you know I'm human too? Gonna marry her anyway. No matter anyway. No matter what you say. Rude. Okay. I think inventory is gooch now. Hey Jay, I just came back to BDO after a 2-month break with the recent PDE changes to classes. Are Succession Witch and Awakening Nova still the best grinders? Awakening Nova kind of got a rework, Luthio, that a lot of people don't like, or a lot of Awakening Novas have told me in my chat that it's very different now. So I don't know how it stands. There's a lot of shifting changes. Awakening Witch is a very good grinder still. Yeah, it recently got some buffs recently actually. So yeah, Awakening Witch is a very solid one. Hi, Corey. Are we going to be using Twitch voice comms or just Discord? Yeah, we're just using Discord. And are you streaming right now, Corey? Are you streaming right now? Because what we usually do is link this like browser source link, and then you can have us on screen, or we could also link you our like Fugi link, the one I had told you, and then you could just have our Discord profile on screen, and it will just like light up whenever we talk. And so that's why, well, that's what we have for you. But if you want us on your screen, you just add a browser source link, and then you just I have my link actually ready, actually, if you want to like test it out. I basically I'm ready for the podcast. I'm in. Everything's set up on my end already. So this is what the Video Ninja link looks like. If you so this is what it looks like, that the browser source that I sent in the inner chat. Oh, who's calling me? Who's calling me? I don't think I have to answer that. But basically, I'll move to the center like this. Oh, I guess you can't see it because I'm like in the way, but I will move to the center like that. Let me just do, and then you can just move me around however you want. You just need to add like a little chroma key filter source for me specifically because I'm a VTuber, and then, but for the others, for Blonde Bear and Blue, they use webcam, so it's not an issue for them, But yeah, that's how it would look. Your VTuber's pants? Yeah. I have feet, guys, though. I have feet. This isn't my original color palette. I just like this color palette because I feel like it's very raccoon-like. So you never knew that I have feet. What do you mean? Hey Jay, how's Awakening Wusa now? Is she any good in PvP and PvE? Not really meta. if you're asking, if you mean good as in meta, she's not meta. But if you mean good as in she's a very comfortable grinder, yeah, she's good as a comfortable grinder. But if you're trying to do some meta stuff, not meta. Awakening Nova got a downshots, but it feels like doo-doo butter. She also, more importantly, got lots of big mechanical changes too. I think that's like most of the conversation, right? Is not really the damage numbers, but the way she plays has been very mechanically different, right? So you don't go wasteful. Yeah, I mean, there are some VTubers that like to kind of take over the screen. Not like calling out any names or anything like that, but I did notice that some of them are like this big on screen, right? But that would make sense because some of them have really big personalities, right? Some of them have really big personalities, so they want to show off this area specifically. So for me, my personality is Lil J, but for other VTubers, they have like two different kinds of personalities right in front of your face. You know what I mean? And so that would make sense why they would want to show that off. But for me, I'm just like chilling, I'm just chilling in the corner. So I'm just like over here. So I'm not the focus. Okay. Yeah, you can grind during the podcast, of course, Corky. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just a casual conversation. So no worries. But yeah, I'm just chilling for now. Oh my god, Sadie. What's what they rocking for their... Oh, do you see what I mean by personality? They just need to give back her range, back F, back LMP. I've never played Awakening Nova, so it's hard for me to like add to the table. I just know that it's very mechanically different now. He's boxing things up. What's he doing there? I don't think that's how you box things up, guys. There's not... What's happening here? Is that like a cornucopia? What is like cornucopia horns? I wasn't trying to stare at his feet, guys. I promise. I wasn't. I can explain, okay? If you guys just tuned in, they were processing something. They just happened to stand up when you guys just came into the stream, okay? I'm not being creepy, okay? He just happened to stop processing at the time. And like, ooh, I'm a little bit scared to sell all of these things because I'm like, what if I need them? Ooh, I love it when you do it like that. I'm a little bit scared to sell these things. I'm like, what if I need them? Because you can't easily get these. You have to grind Golden Pig Cave to get these. Well, technically you don't. You can grind Dokkaebi Forest, but I don't think does anyone grind Dokkaebi Forest? Not really, right? Oh, I'm not going to Node War tonight, Stridoms. I'm not going to Node War tonight. I have a podcast to do. You can just buy them. What server are you on, NetX? That you can just buy them? What server are you on that you can just buy them? What do you mean you can just buy them? You can't buy them. If I sell this and try to buy it back, there's no way I'm gonna get it back. You know what I mean? What do you... There's no way. If you're on a server that you can just buy them, sure, but I'm not on one of those servers. So I don't think I should sell them for now until I actually need it. The money or something, Displays a pre-order? Well, I'm talking about like being realistic about the situation of when I need it, right? Like, let's say I need it now, then I don't have it on hand, right? I can't just like buy them, is what I mean. In terms of like realistic usage, right? I can place a pre-order and wait for them, but I need it now. That's when it's like, let's say I'm about to do Guild League and I want to switch my crystals now, right? I can't just buy them, That's what I mean by I'm scared to sell them. right? I need a lot of Dons, grinded some Dokkaebi, and I remember that I had Disto to melt and never touched that spot again. Yeah, I had tried it for like an hour or two. I didn't like the grind. The grind mechanics, it didn't seem that fun or satisfying when I was like grinding a Dokkaebi forest. I feel like it needs a little bit of a rework. So I feel like it's not that fun to grind. You're my ally for I'm not attending board, Dayland. I have podcasts to do. Dayland. I have podcasts to do. Unforge. I need Dokkaebi is great if you want an AFK grind. Really? You've done a lot of hours there, Golden Hamster?
Dayland says,
maybe you need to,
why is Jay dodging me? Dayland, Jay's probably just busy leveling up, dodging mobs, or mastering new skills in BDO.
Exactly,
Not dodging you,
Dayland.
just distracted by those epic adventures.
True.
Send
I'm
him a
distracted by the
friendly
epic
poke.
adventures.
He might need a raccoon reminder.
True. Have you done many hours there, Golden Hamster? Because again, I've only done a couple hours there, and it just didn't seem very fun to grind. It didn't seem very fun. Maybe I need to give it some more out. Maybe it's like one of those like acquired taste situations, if that makes sense. Because you know how like, so before, when I was younger, I hated pickles. I hated any pickled kind of vegetables. But now as an adult, I love pickled vegetables. Like anything pickled, like pickled radishes, pickled onions, pickled carrots, right? It might be one of those things where I have to like get used to it until, you know, I enjoy it. But when I was younger, I thought they were disgusting, you know? But now I'm all for like pickled vegetables of any kind, like kimchi. Well, I guess, is kimchi considered a pickled vegetable? Because like kimchiing something, you know what I mean? Like kimchiing something, like the verb to kimchi something. Is it a kimchi? I guess it is a kind of pickly kind of situation, you know. I got like 50 voices in my ears, so have fun on the podcast. All right, Dylan, enjoy your war. Good luck with your war. You get a lot of bosses where you can AFK. You get a lot of bosses where you can AFK. Could you elaborate on that? I can't remember the last time I grinded Dokkaebi before. So what do you mean by bosses? Like there's a lot of bosses you can AFK. Like there's a lot of like bosses that spawn that you don't have to do very much to kill. Is that what you mean? Lil J sounds like he has 3. He smokes 3 cig packs a day. Oh, do you not like the voice, Michael? I can change the voice. We can change the voice. I mean, while we're waiting, you can have some fun with the different voices. It's an auto boss, but the boss that spawns times the garden and leaves a blue zone behind. Mobs that run to zone die without needing to do everything. Oh, you mean like an Ezrahead mechanic situation? Golden Hamster, an Ezrahead mechanic situation, right? Where it just auto kills things for you. I see. I did like Ezrahead though. So if it's similar to Ezrahead, I don't know why I don't like Dokkaebi, but I like Ezrahead. Maybe it's because like the grinding Ezrahead has like fun mechanics with it. Like more fun, like more appealing mechanics. I know it has like an auto kill mechanic with Ezrahead, but I just find like the 4 leg kind of situation, and then you have to like dodge the leg. It felt like so much more fun to me. Would you play more BDO GeoGuessr? Maybe if they update it, Michael. If they do some updates. Have you played it, Michael? The AFK part in Dokkaebi are more frequent, but they last way less. Ooh, what about French? How would Little J sound as a French person? So if I say, oh, actually, let me turn on my auto speak feature. Okay, here we go. Lil J, can you say something in French for me? Lil J?
Jaykun se dit, can you say something in French form?
What?
Mais bien sûr, Jaykun. Bonjour, je suis Lige pour ton avoir le plus assis
Oui.
sarcastique. Prêt à rendre chaque journée épique, obstacle aux fans. And makes misties generate fruité.
Wait, why is Lil J like rizzing me up right now? What the frick? Wait, what? Excuse me? Okay, what about this other one? There's another one. There's another one here. Male 2. Okay. Okay, save. Lil J, can you say something else in French for me?
Jaykun say, Lil J, can you say something else in French form? Bien sûr, Jaykun. Je suis un raton laveur plein d'énergie, grâce à ADVgg. Utilisez le code JaykunVT pour 10%
Not the
de
French
réduction sur
ad
votre
read
prochaine commande.
for Advanced GG. Oh my god. Dude, I mean, they both kind of sound kind of similar. They both kind of sound similar. What about Korean? There's Korean here. So if I do this one, and then I say, Lil J, can you say something in Korean for me?
JayKun says, Lil J, can you say something in Korean form? 안녕하세요. 저는 리틀 J입니다.
Not the Advanced GG read again.
TV란 시 예지지를 사용하세요. 코드 JKVT를 입력하면 10% 할인을 받을 수 있습니다.
These are good. These are good. I like these accents. Dude, we'll put it back to Rocket Raccoon for now. A fun fact from your friendly chef, you have the most taste buds when you are a child because you taste things more viscerally. The younger you are and as older, they die out and don't come back, changing the intensity of the flavors you taste. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that the pickles just tasted like very too intense for me when I was younger, right? And now that they have like mellowed out, it's a lot more appealing with the mellowed out pickled flavor. Okay, okay. I get that. I get that. I played some GeoGuessr and there were some moments that made me go like, oh, I know this spot. I used to catch horses here, or I would park with my horse when I grinded. Yeah. I'm wondering like when they had made that, was that like, has it been around for long? Has the video GeoGuessr has been around for long? Has not been around for long. Okay, we got like 10 minutes here, guys. Oh, let me turn on my notes here. Let me put up my notes. I like to have some notes that just to make sure I organize them, because I'm somebody who's like, I don't know. I feel like my brain is always scrambled, if that makes sense. Like I have a lot of like things that I think about, but they're just not organized very well. And then writing down my thoughts helps me like organize those thoughts. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I feel like it's always like jumbled. And then there's some people who just speak like very eloquently, if that makes sense. Like they're able to like speak in a way that's like very clear and concise without stumbling up, you know? And I've always wanted to be better at that. because I feel like you can develop that. Have you ever tried something from your childhood that you been like it doesn't taste as it did when you were a kid? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, not that I can think of off the top of my head, but I'm sure there probably was. Sure, there probably was. Okay, have those notes out. And then this one. For me, it's oranges. I used to love oranges, but they taste too sweet now, and it saddens me. Oranges. You can always like kind of, I don't know, turn it into juice and just add some water. Then you can enjoy the flavor of oranges, but like less orangey, if that makes sense. Oh, looks like Blonde is in call now. Let's head over to call. Hello, I am here.
What up? Hello.
It's time.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Maybe. Okay, I got my notes out. This might be a harder topic for you to talk about, Blonde, because you probably haven't done much Guild League or no Guild League at all, right?
Did it
Or
back when it first came out.
PDT. Oh, you did? Oh, I guess you could talk about like how it was in the beginning, because I wasn't there during the beginning of Guild League. I never did any. I heard there was like more people too. Like you could have more than 10 people.
I don't know. My guild was like, "Hey, you want to come do stuff?" I said, "Okay." I showed up and I ran in and inted over and over, and
Oh,
you know, good stuff.
Inted. No, not the running it down mid lane.
Always.
F2 poop. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Did you hear the part earlier when I was talking about Dami Lee by chance? Blonde, have you heard of Dami Lee?
I remember you saying that, but I didn't hear what happened with it.
So I know you were like very into the Dune series, and she actually has some videos.
Oh yeah,
She's like
yeah,
an
the guy talked
architecture.
about the yeah, about how it all worked and stuff. Well, the writer was really into agriculture. That's like literally what he started writing the book on, was not about like a sci-fi space epic. It was just about the agriculture of like the desert and how they like utilize water and stuff. And it just turned into something way different over time, obviously. Kind of crazy.
And she goes into like all those details of how this like civilization in this like environment can create these, you know, ways to survive, and that's like all that apparently goes on to architecture and all that jazz as well. Are we starting now? No, we're starting whenever like Blue decides to get ready. Quirky, but you can join us in call like early if you want. You can. It's like an Oldmoon precast situation if you want. We can get set up here.
I just opened up the Discord call early just because it's nice to just be able to get the pre-talking.
The pre-talking out of the way. True.
You know, we're all like chilling and yapping.
Hi, Sea Watcher. Just in time for the podcast. We're starting in about 10 minutes. Hello. Hello.
Oh,
I can hear you now. Let's go.
hello, hello. How are you guys doing tonight?
Hello.
Good.
I'm chilling.
I like your profile picture of the cat wearing sunglasses and the peace sign.
Thank you, thank you.
Has that always been your profile pic? I felt like it should have been like a
it's been that for a
corgi.
while now.
Like a
I
corgi
get that a
dog.
lot. Same thing with my Twitch one.
And as mentioned before, we probably will not go through everything. Usually there's a lot of like improvisation that happens. So sometimes like 80% of what I write is not in there. We just talk about whatever.
Yeah.
It's just there to like brainstorm some stuff to say. Mostly for me. I honestly think that most of this stuff is for me because I was talking to Chatter earlier about how my brain just like it has a lot of thoughts, but it's not very organized. And so just like writing down stuff for me helps me organize my thoughts easier. You know what I mean?
No, I get that. I'm the same way.
Done to eat food and eat during the podcast. Hi, Budaro. Let's bet Blue will be late again. We'll see. I'm doing well, IC Watcher. We just got finished. If you guys don't know, we finished editing the oh my god, I need a freaking link for it, guys. I finished my voice acting event editing. I was literally editing for like 4 days straight on it. That's why I wasn't streaming the past 2 days, because I was like so into it. And that kind of just made me realize how much I love editing. Because even though it took such a long time, there were tedious moments with editing. If you guys want to see what it looks like, here. Where did I put it? Here. Copy link. Paste it here. So this is what the end result happened after basically like 25 hours of editing over the past 4 days. If I can find it. Bam. So this is what it looks like. And it's almost 2 hours long. And I basically I was very meticulous about cutting out all like the dead moments. So it's like a nice listening experience for the viewer. There's no like dead air. And also I added a bunch of memes because I'm a memer, you know, I love my memes, you know, so there's a lot of memes there, a lot of like fun sound bites. I also took the extra effort to download the VOD's chat, if that makes sense. So I downloaded the VOD's chat and then inserted the chat reactions of the voice acting, like the voice submissions, so that it like matched up. So like whenever the person was doing the voice submissions, it would like match up with the chat, if that makes sense, you know, because the one that I have has like a little bit, it's kind of hard to see the chat reactions with my current overlay. And so I'm like wondering, maybe I should change it to something a little bit more simple. But yeah, I want the extra mile for that one. So it was like really fun editing this one too, even though it took a long time. So I would appreciate if you guys could like and subscribe. Ooh. Like and subscribble. And so let me go to my let me get a shareable link here. There we go. And then command add, what should we call the command, guys? Voice act tails. We'll just do tails. And then maybe I add that to the stream as well. Tales of the Adventurers video is out. Save. There. Perfect.
Jay,
Hey, yes, hello, hi.
you know that like teleportation is like deconstructing yourself and reconstructing yourself, right?
Is that what it is? You don't just appear, disappear, and appear.
How would you appear? And
Magic,
like, how would that work?
obviously.
Right, like they would atomize you like in Star Trek and then re-energize you by putting you all back together.
It's
Right?
magic.
Like how would that yeah, but wouldn't that like delete yourself and make a new self? So it wouldn't be you. Like think of how your consciousness works. You go into a teleporter to get teleported. Your consciousness is gone.
Why can't it just be
the
simple,
teleporter starts.
Blonde? Can't it just be simple like magic? You know,
That's not how that works.
the power of love and friendship will transport me across the world, you know?
You transport your atoms.
My atoms. Atoms.
You've never read that one story about the transporter thing? The teleporter?
What's the story? Tell me.
The one that Sonya in chat was saying, where basically there's like a teleporter, but there's like a 0.0001% chance that like you will get like stuck
Be awake.
when you go through the teleporter, and you're like.
Oh
stuck
yeah,
in
and
an
I was talking about
eternity
like it was like Black Mirror kind of situation. Have you seen the episode White Christmas from Black Mirror by chance?
Yeah, it's my favorite episode. I heard the new
That's
season has
basically
similar
it.
episodes to
Wait,
White
there's a new
Christmas.
season? What?
That's what my friend was telling me.
When?
I don't know. I guess it already is out. I don't know.
What?
I
I
checked it
didn't
out
know
yet.
there's a new season. Season 5 was the last season I watched. Was it season 6 now?
Oh,
Or
maybe
season
it's
7
5.
that
I'm
I
not
missed?
sure. I haven't watched in a hot minute.
Oh my god. I need to catch up. I wonder how many episodes there are in this season, because season 5 only had 3 episodes. And it had Miley Cyrus. The intro, yeah. So I'm sure you can figure out that that is not Elezra's original voice actor. That is the winner. Spoiler. But yeah, I had made a dedicated trailer for the winner of the voice acting competition. Oh, maybe I should put that in my intro, actually. Hi, my name is JaykunVT, V before the T. I do a lot of endgame content such as Olin's, Golden Pig Cave, Ash Forest. I recently hosted a voice acting competition called Tales of the Adventurers, and just finished editing and uploading that video to my channel, youtube.com/JaykunVT, V before the D. It's a chunky 2-hour video, fully edited. It's a chunky, fully edited video. So grab some snacks or something. I don't know. What should I say? Two hours of content. Want to check it out. And I want to host more of these kinds of community events in the future. And you can find me live over at, there we go, perfect. She did such a good job. Yeah. That came out of nowhere for me. The Poe, like I didn't expect her to have that kind of a voice, really. Like, I know she already had like a really nice voice, but for her to deliver that kind of audio to us, that submission to us, I did not expect that. That came out of nowhere. Because I haven't like talked with Poe or like been in her streams in a while. I don't think she has been like streaming too often lately. I guess she's just been focusing on life and stuff like that. But yeah, that came out of nowhere. That was amazing. Oh my god, should we watch the opening? Should we watch the opening, guys? Okay, I kind of wish I made the music a little bit louder, if I have to be honest. In the trailer, I kind of wish I upped it by like 2 decibels, but it's still like a really good like. Oh, if you also noticed like a lot of details, I added every single audio, if that makes sense. Like all like the town noises. I found some town noises for Altanova, the stomping of the giant, the tree roots, the stone grinding, all of that. I had manually placed too for this trailer. And if you guys recognize, it's the Path of Exile music as well.
Was Altanova.
Oh my god. I need to go. Oh my god, who's calling me again? Who's calling me again? Okay. Maybe I should just turn off the phone. Maybe I should just turn off the phone, guys.
Say you only live once.
Wait, how come it's not going to the start?
Beg.
Okay. Okay.
They say you only live once. I beg to differ. I was born 3 times, and I've met death 3 times. My first home was Altanova.
All right, boys.
The curiosity I gained there.
Okay. He's back.
We're
He's back.
in.
He's back. Caught.
Yo, so
hello. Welcome.
yes. So I'm a little late. I got carried away grinding.
Dang, Wutaru won the bet then. Damn it.
Well, I wasn't late. Like I was actually on time. Cause I was like, okay, I saw 5 minutes for the podcast, and then I was like, oh shit, run back to 10. But like, yeah, my tent buff was gonna run out like 5 minutes before the hour ended, but that's fine. It's okay.
Pog.
Okay. All right, so we're in Elvia on Belanos 6. Boom, boom. Okay, let's set up the podcast. So, yo, Corgi does not have a webcam. So is he doing the emoji thing?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that cooks the fuck out of me because
Do you want me to give you
Maybe I
get
could
you a
do it on the-
screenshot? I can get you a screenshot.
hold on. Maybe I can just call you on my other PC. It's gonna be weird though. All right, let's see if this works. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but your audio is very
Or what?
it's very like 1995 like
Okay, how about now? Is it better now? What do you mean?
it sounds like
1995? The fuck does that mean?
okay, here's what it sounds like,
spit it out.
okay? Here's what it sounds like. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. Can I help? How can I help you? That's what it sounds.
Okay, the fact that you just had that like ready off the cuff is literally crazy.
What do you mean?
I'm immediately switching back. That is literally the fact that you just had that ready to go and just pulled that out of your pocket is insane. No, I'll just have to use like Corgi, do you have like an icon or something that you can give me? That I can just put on the screen for you? Yeah.
Like your profile
your
pic?
logo.
profile picture?
Yeah, just give me your logo.
Okay.
I swear to God, if it's
Oh,
that
my logo? Okay,
emote.
hold on. I got you.
Bro, this dude, Jay is literally putting on an ad for Perlibus with this art. That's
There you
literally
go.
crazy.
It's so good, right?
Hold on, let me see this art. All right. Oh, that's what you want me to use to represent
Yes,
you?
please.
Oh my God, bro.
Wait, is that a cat or a
Valkyries?
hamster?
Valkyries are a
That's a cat.
different breed. I swear to God, you guys are freak people. I don't know, chat. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want from me. Like, okay, podcast art. Okay, let's do this. Now I gotta grab the video ninja links. I gotta get you guys my video ninja link. We chillin'. That what was that? Those blondes. Blonde hasn't said anything. Is he actually just here? Or?
What up?
It's
Oh, Blonde, don't
blonde.
sound so fucking excited to talk about Black Desert Online. You want to try that again?
What up?
That was somehow worse than the last one. Could you please wake the fuck up?
What
These
up?
fucking loser AFK fishing bot players. Like,
What's up?
You should do that like that one scary movie video where he's like, yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go.
honestly, that sounded more like those coffee aliens and Men in Black. That's what that sounded like to me. He knows exactly what I said. He knew it. He knew it exactly. Okay, Corgi. Who's the artist? Dark Knight Looking Frosh fan art. Do you
Mycis.
have, like, the artist?
MICIS. Yes.
Oh wow. Okay,
Oh, let me add that.
I got it. MICIS. And then we're gonna use blue for Canadian corgis' names. So it looks different, and we have contrast. Okay, and then we'll go back to pink. I think everybody's on the screen now. Let me put Balano 6 Elvia down at the bottom. There we go. And then current topic. Okay. All right. Oh my. I need to buy this new outfit, bro. What I'm missing out, bro. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Wait, you can see your underwear line with the jeans on is crazy. Matt, the devs are farming us. The devs are straight farming. The devs are actually farming it. Like it started with Deadeye, and I thought it was crazy with Deadeye. And now they're like, fuck it, we'll just do it for everybody. That is an insane.
It sells.
The alpaca goes crazy, by the way. That's insane. If it sells, it sells. Well, that's why there's no male characters on the screen yet. Okay. So, is everybody ready?
Yes. Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, right on. All right. Let me scroll up to the topics so that I have something to completely ignore while we're doing the podcast.
Well,
Bro, there's sometimes when we go through, like, Jay will put these topics there, and then we'll cover like one of them, and then go off on like crazy tangents.
that's
about
okay.
other shit.
I always warn our guests, like, oh, there's a lot of improvisation that happens, is what I say.
Yeah, because really what he's telling you is Blue's completely unpredictable. He's a freak. He's a total idiot. He just does whatever he wants. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody. Oh, wait. You need my video ninja link. What? Why would you not
Oh,
tell
yeah,
me that?
true.
Oh my God, Jay doesn't.
Hello,
even
everybody.
finish it. Shut up, bro. The only one that suffers here is Note, who's like, wait, this isn't the start? God damn it. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't like the fact that you can see all my. I feel naked. You can see all my. Maybe I'll just put like the toilet paper.
Wait, why do you have toilet paper near your?
Don't worry about it. Yo, okay, all right. Real talk though, I do have toilet paper near my computer, but it's not for the reason that you think. It's because I blow my nose with toilet paper because it's cheaper than tissues.
Same, brother. Same.
Yeah.
Yo.
The fact that you had that so readily available is scary. But like, also,
Right there, dude.
Again, toilet paper is just cheaper than tissues. Okay.
What about the
True.
caution sign in the
Like,
back?
bro,
What's the story with that?
Oh, that's the wet floor sign. Every time I get a brand new subscriber, nothing makes me wetter than a new sub, and I wouldn't want a kidna or any of the other women in the room.
I
to
see.
slip. So it's safety first. You know what I mean?
I
Safety
see.
first. All right. All right. Now. Wait, what did my my friend message me? What do you? Okay, yeah, fuck that. I don't need to. All right. In 5, 4. Do you have my? Did you have time to put it on the screen?
The link, yes, I have you.
So glad I didn't start it. I'm so glad I didn't start it because chat literally immediately. I started the countdown, and then chat immediately did a text to speech redeem. Thank fucking God I stopped. Thank Christ. Okay, so now that's been muted. Yeah, at this point, if you waste your points on a redeem, it's your own fault. You will not get your points back. Okay. This is a democracy. This has been a democratic vote. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Old Moon Podcast, episode 84.
Oh,
And that is correct because Jay, yes, because I saw it when I looked at the notes.
You read
a
it
moment ago.
this time. Let's go.
Somebody in chat earlier reminded me earlier today. They were like, which episode number is it? I was like 83. I was like, wait, no, it was 83 last week. So it's probably 84. Like, oh my God, I'm getting it.
True.
I'm getting there. I'm learning. I'm Blue Squadron, one of your hosts as usual, joined by my normal co-hosts, JaykunVT.
V before the T. Hi. I do a lot of end game content such as Olin's Golden Pig Cave, Ash Forest. I recently hosted a voice acting competition called Tales of the Adventures on Monday, and I just finished editing and uploading that video to my channel at youtube.com/JaykunVT, V before the T. It's a chunky 2 hours of content if you guys want to check it out, and I want to host more of these community events in the future, and you can find me live over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V before the T.
Right on. And my boy Blonde. Where can they find you? In what game are you playing? I'm just kidding. Don't say that. But give yourself an intro.
If and when I do stream, you can catch me at twitch.tv/blondebear. If I do that anymore.
Why are you not streaming anymore, Blonde? We love you.
It's a RuneScape thing. You wouldn't understand.
That is absolutely brutal to hear. I'm going to be honest. Now, we have a special guest on the podcast with us, which has actually been a regular thing now. I think it has really spiced up the podcast. A big shout out to all three of us for equally contributing to who we're going to bring on the podcast. Right, guys? Really, it's Jay. Jay carries us. Anyway, this week we have a fantastic guest. His name, as many Awakening Valkyries in the community can attest to, is Canadian Corgi. Corgi, you want to give yourself an intro?
Hello, I'm Canadian Corgi, GM of Pecco. I stream every day except Saturday.
Wait,
I
you're the
just do
GM
PDT
of
and
Pecco?
PvE. Yeah.
I did not actually know that. Wait, that's crazy. Oh, dude, now we're going to... Okay. Yes, guys, go follow Canadian Corgi. He's absolutely a unit. But okay, all right, first thing. And then Jay's like, immediately all of my work is for nothing because here he goes off on his first tangent. Like straight up, let's talk about Pecco first. Let's talk about Pecco. Pecco originally was a guild for super omega ultra giga weebs. It was not originally called Pecco. It was called something else back in the day, and it was led by somebody different. Tocab. Was it Tocab? I'm pretty sure it was Tocab. Maybe I'm remembering the wrong name.
Primrose was the original name.
So I remember again, it was like this super anime weeb guild, like waifu, like everybody was like a femboy, fucking like crazy community. It was so cool. It was a great T1 guild, super strong T1 guild, and they were just figuring out life, man. It was great. I was the first person to introduce them the waifu bot back in the day into their Discord. Anyway, the waifu bot was added to the Discord, and people literally were leaving the guild because they raged out over somebody else getting their waifu in the waifu bot. It was literally crazy. It is insane. But Pecco has got it's literally just absolutely wild. Anyway, eventually the guild was renamed. Now it's Pecco. But at the end of the day, that guild has come a really long way to being a very, very strong PvP guild on our current PvP scene. So you being a GM, you took the red. I call that taking the black, like in a Game of Thrones. You will have no wife, you will have no life. The guild is your priority in every aspect of your life. It's kind of hard to carry the red border, especially for a siege guild, especially for a PvP guild in BDO. So how long have you been GM of Pecco? Do you enjoy being a GM?
About half a year now, and no, I hate it.
Yep. That sounds about right. What do you hate? Okay, what do you like so much about it that keeps you doing it? Because I think I already know the answer to this question. And if it's different, I'll share my experience, but I'm fairly certain you'll be able to express the same thing. What do you like so much about it that keeps you doing it? Number one. And number two, what do you hate so much about it?
I just, honestly, I can't really name anything positive about it, but I just run it for my friends.
Oh, the power of friendship.
It's like a full-time. It's like being full-time HR, babysitting a bunch of babies.
Oh.
So based, so true, so just exactly so true. See, you don't like the job, and that's who the best GMs are. That's the person you want in charge of your guild. If ever, guys, you end up joining a BDO guild with somebody that like likes being GM and is like in charge, because they like the power that goes into GM, you're in the wrong guild. The best GMs in the history of the game were people that never wanted that authority or power or whatever in the first place, but it was thrust upon them because no one else would do it, and they just wanted to have their homies have a good time. Because as a GM, it is everyone else's like value and how much fun they're having with the game is reflected in how much work you put into the game. So if you put a lot of work into the game as a GM, all of your friends will have more fun. And that is the redeeming part of being GM, is when everybody has a good time. And to be clear, no one is going to give you the credit. No one is going to give you credit when they have a great fight, when they have a good time in the guild, or like an HR issue is handled and somebody is kicked from the guild or whatever. They are never going to tell you, hey, man, thanks for doing what you're doing. Thanks for doing the 50 hours of politics this week that it took to get ready for Siege or Node Wars or set that fight up in the first place. No. But when things go wrong, everything is your fault. The only thing that you really gather as a GM is really just the feels good thing of like, yep, everybody had a better time because I did my job. That's really what you live on. It is... Honestly, if you're going to do a PvP guild in BDO, depending on if you're doing Siege or not, it's a full-time job that you're not getting paid for. When he said HR issues, he wasn't joking. That's how I know he already knows. People say, you have HR issues in guilds? LOL, you have no idea how bad some of these HR issues get, man. Like, bro, people complain about all sorts of things. I remember when I was a GM, I used to literally have to pull people. Everyone would be like, that was an offensive joke. I was offended by what he said in voice the other day. So, okay, all right. So then the guy would have to join voice. I'm like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? They're like, oh, fuck. So you pull him off to the side. You're like, hey, man, I thought it was funny, but there were people that didn't think it was funny, so you can't say that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, and usually the HR issues are much more complicated than that. But like, honestly, it's from the most petty shit to the most real shit that goes on in every guild. It's extremely difficult to run your guild, but I'm actually intrigued now. Corgi, you do Node Wars and Siege every week. Also, now Guild League, which honestly, we'll talk about Guild League. That's the best, in my opinion. The best form of PvP in BDO is currently Guild League. Would you agree with that, in your opinion, A? And B, what do you think the meta feels like for Guild League as well?
So the original question was, do I think G League is the best form of PvP at the moment?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
There it is. Yep. There it is. Okay, yeah. And what is the meta game like in Guild League right now?
Right now, I've been asking around a lot, but right now for NA specifically, the meta is like 1 or 2 DP memes, and everyone else is either an iframe DPSer or a DPSer that's really hard to catch. And 2 shots, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, naturally. What are the most popular classes, do you think? I assume the DP memes are playing like Striker or Mystic or Berserker?
Yeah, Striker, Mystic, or Zerk. And the most popular DPSers right now are Deadeye, Dosa, and Sork, off the top of my head.
Yeah, Awakening Dosa, right?
Both specs are really good right now.
Really? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Awakening Dosa gives those buffs, I think, that are like giga powerful and especially in a format like Guild League. How many shots do you normally bring to Guild League?
Minimum 2. Actually, minimum and maximum 2 for NA. I find works the best.
Okay, so minimum and maximum at least 2 shies, basically.
Yeah.
So all right, and what do you feel like the meta game is for large scale PvP, and like how is it different than Guild League? Like what's the
For
meta
large
feel like right now?
scale, I'd say Dosa is still the best for large scale.
In terms of DPS, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Zerk and Valk fell off a little bit, but they're still really, really good for large scale. Same with Sork. Well, actually, Sork's always been top tier, but you don't see many of them nowadays. Sage is making a really, really like strong Fodom occurrence because of the recent buffs.
True. Is it Awakening Sage, I assume?
Yeah.
Or Succession?
Awakening Sage.
Yeah, Awakening's really powerful in my opinion. I was told, Corgi, that it's a really like in uncapped PvP. So most of the node wars that Peko does are probably capped because you probably don't want to get farmed by Digi. Uncapped PvP is it's a little rough if everybody in your guild is not 790 year score, right?
Yeah.
So, but I heard that the metagame in uncapped PvP is extremely horrible right now. And that's why I asked about the Guild League meta, because Guild League is uncapped PvP. I heard that you have people that are subbing out some of their crystals, like their Charizard crystals, for like DR or evasion crystals, and it's making them impossibly tanky, but they still do a fair amount of damage as well. Is that something that you've experienced here in NA? Or is that not as much of a problem as I've been led to believe?
Can't say for sure because I don't know other people's builds, but mostly everyone in Peko runs glass. I'm the only one that runs DP.
Okay, yeah, in fairness, again, Peko, y'all are full of a bunch of degenerates who just want to do damage. Like that's everybody wants, it's like family. Nobody in family cares. Like they just want to deal a bunch of damage. Okay, so it's tough to say as far as like the high end goes. I guess we could interview someone from Digi or someone, but there's not really very much high end PvP. And if you're not experienced, or I mean like uncapped PvP, and if you are not experiencing it in Guild League, it's probably not as big of a problem as maybe I was led to believe here. But overall, you said that Valkyrie, a lot of people, Corgi, know you for your Valkyrie play. And to be clear, we've had a lot of great Valkyries in the community that no longer play the game at all. So we started with it. You go way back, you have Amu, there's Raiden, and then there's you, obviously, and there's like 2 or 3 other Valkyries that are just really, really exceptional, at least in North America. EU has their own subset of Valkyries that are very, very good. But as far as the NA Valkyries, you're currently, in my opinion, the best North American Valkyrie, and you happen to be streaming and everything as well. Honestly, it's not an opinion. I think you were rank 1 in Guild League too. I mean, in AOS as well. But like, in your opinion, what is Valkyrie is Awakening Valkyrie in a good spot in PvE, PvP, small scale, large scale? Because she used to be the queen of all types of like group PvP, especially small scale. Awakening Valkyrie really succeeds. What do you think has kind of happened to the class in the last year or so? You think it's better or worse than it kind of was a year ago? Like where do you think the class kind of sits now?
For grinding, it's really, really, really strong at the moment, but it takes a lot of effort. For all forms of PvP, I think she's still very, very, very strong, but not meta, if that makes sense. Because like there's a lot of classes that can do what she can do now, but just be better at it.
Okay, and what? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask to elaborate very quickly on the PvE. You said it's really strong in PvE. Is that only at, like, are you just talking about like high end spots like Dark Seekers and like Golden Pig Cave and stuff?
Yes. For example, I don't know if you know who Ronnie BDO is, but he pulls upwards of 40k regularly at Darkseekers.
Holy. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Nerf it. Nerf it. Exposed. What? Holy crap!
And you
how much
asked
are you?
why I think most Valks are leaving, or
Yes. Like
there's
almost no one is playing Awakening Valkyrie anymore when you compare it to like a year to 2 years ago. Like there used to be a huge community for Awakening Valkyrie and they were like super welcoming and all this stuff. And now, I mean, I feel like you guys are down bad at the moment. There's almost no one left.
there's a couple of issues with Valk. Right now, a couple of her skills are bugged, which makes the class like feel awful to play at the moment. And it's been that way since the hit changes. You remember right after the spec EV changes, they lowered all the hits on the skills.
Yeah, I remember.
Basically, all of her skills come out slower now, including her C swap, so it's not as smooth.
Oh, wow.
And
okay. Yeah, a lot of Valkyries. I heard from Champion Jason and a number of other Valkyries that I know, like Lane Kiffin and stuff, that they kind of killed the cancels and like the feel of the class and why they love the class so much in the first place. But like the class is still really good, but they just don't jive with it anymore. It's kind of like, honestly, I feel like Awakening Novas are kind of going through the same thing right now.
yeah, exactly like Awaken Nova. They just broke all the cancels and made it slower.
Yeah. So honestly, if we pivot this over, because Blonde and Jay haven't gotten to talk too much quite yet. Hi guys.
Hi.
What do you? So Jay plays Wusa, and
Hello.
Blonde plays AFK Fishing Sim. You know what? He doesn't even AFK fish. Who are we talking about? Anyway, Blonde plays Berserker and Scholar. Do you feel that those classes' identities or like their cancels and stuff have changed in the last years? Do you think that your class, you rewind 1 year, is your class in a better spot today than it was back then? In PvE and PvP, we'll start with Jay.
For the most part, Wusa has been fairly mechanically the same in both Succession and Awakening. I wouldn't really call them meta now, like currently. I mean, before in PvE, she was like considered up there until they had like nerfed her a bit, and then the time caught up where other classes got buffed and buffed. Now she's kind of like in an okay spot now, even after the changes. And so mechanically, she's about the same. I think that Succession still has the better like PvP kit overall, especially with like the reflect mechanic. I've seen some really crazy like clips of people utilizing that like very effectively, but at the same time, it's very difficult to pull off for that reflect mechanic. But if you can pull it off, like you can get those like big feeds with the 10,000 damage reflex, right, and stuff like that. For Awakening Wusa, they added this new mechanic where you could detonate the flowers on demand. That they added that 2 weeks ago with the buffs, but they put it on a very awkward skill to use. They put it on Shift F, which is called Moonlit Blast. It takes like 2 seconds to cast, and so by the time you set up all your flowers and you cast that spell, your flowers would have exploded already. It's also a melee skill. You have to be on top of your flowers to detonate them on demand, and Awakening Wusa is a range damage dealer. So for us to be able to shoot our long range flowers and jump in to detonate it manually seems very counterintuitive to the kind of identity of the class of being a ranged damage dealer. And so I think the idea was an interesting concept for her in order to make her more appealing to use in the for her like flower explosion, that sort of timed delayed burst. But I think the execution of it, like the idea, was not the best due to like the skill they put it on. It was not the most responsive skill. So I think in terms of direction, it's getting there. They just need to put it on a better skill, and I'm hoping that maybe the feedback, they were accepting some Wusa feedback recently on the class hub Discord. I don't know if anybody's on that class hub Discord, but I'm hoping that those ideas that a lot of the Wusas have put together come to fruition, et cetera, et cetera. And so yeah, that's kind of like where Wusa is right now in PvP. Not really meta, but I still have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would say Succession Wusa we used to see, as far as PvP goes, and Corgi, you should correct me if I'm wrong here. We used to see a way more suck Wusas the last time Guild League was a thing. And then again, it's kind of declined. Like the first time Guild League was a thing, Wusa was like the S tier. That was the class that you played for DPS, like suck Wusa. And then like the second time Guild League was the thing, it was still good, but it wasn't like, oh my God, OP. And now I feel like we don't see any Wusas at all anymore. And Awakening, like Jay said, is not super metagame, but I also don't think they're necessarily bad. I just don't think that they're really on the level that some of the other DPS classes in the game kind of feel in PvP right now. Corgi, would you kind of agree with that assessment, or do you disagree?
Nope, you're correct. Wusa's not in the spotlight anymore.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Now, Blonde, Berserker. This is a tough question for you. And Scholar. Okay. 1 year ago, do you feel like the class was better or worse in PvE? Do you think it was more approachable? Do you think there's more people playing the class, less, or kind of the same? And do you think that there's been any changes to the class that you just really haven't liked or jived with?
When it comes to Zerker, I feel like it used to be way better, and now it's more balanced because they've like made it use stamina, which wasn't a thing before. So that was kind of like annoying, but I'd say it's more balanced. Is it better or worse than PvE? I mean, like we had some updates and stuff, but it hasn't felt crazy. I haven't felt like a tremendous increase on Zerker or anything. It feels all right. It's not like crazy good, but it's not crazy bad. It's the chill AFK, don't take damage grinder at the cost of like maybe doing really good trash. You're taking a lot less damage and you're more tanky. But change-wise, I feel like I think that's like what changed over the last year was the stamina changes, then some sort of number changes that doesn't really feel significant. So I feel like Zerker's like okay. It's like worse in the fact that you have to do stamina, but like that's balanced. So I think it's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I haven't really touched Scholar too much. I played it for like literally like an hour or so. I haven't really messed with it. I have been playing Dosa. That's what I was primarily playing. Dosa just feels like, again, it was like sort of like Zerker, where it was really strong out the gate, and then it's just gotten tweaked and balanced. So like, is it better or worse, like numbers wise, doing more trash? I think like right now it's like, I don't know, if it's not more, then it's the same or less. It's I don't think they've gotten massive buffs and hasn't felt like way stronger, but I don't know. I haven't been smacking mobs recently, so I can't really say if there's something recent that's really occurred.
Right on. Okay. I mean, I think that's a fair take, right? If you look back a year, I mean, the Zerk's definitely in a worse spot than it was. But in fairness, you deserved it. Okay. Right. The no stamina movement and all the other stuff. No, screw Berserkers. Okay. They were like kings of the universe. Nobody remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay. They were like kings of large scale PvP and small scale PvP, 1v1s and PvE for like the longest time. It's absolutely ridiculous. And they're still a top tier class in basically all of those formats, and they just got a recent overall like buff nerf on the global labs a little bit too. So yeah, I would agree with Blonde's assessment that it is worse off than it was a year ago, but I think for the better compared to the rest of the classes in the game. Right. As for the classes that you didn't really talk about Scholar, but maybe you're not playing it as much anymore because you talked about Dosa instead.
Yeah.
So as far as the classes that I'm playing, I think that all of the Dark Knight mains on the server can go ahead and agree. Awakening Dark Knight is bottom tier garbage in PvE right now. It is bad. Like I don't understand. We were like B to B plus before. We were doing okay. If you were sweating balls off, maybe you could pull off an A tier hour. You know what I mean? But like, they literally just nerfed us into the fucking ground for PvE in a recent patch and have not done anything about it. So DK Awakening is kind of down tremendous. And that's really the only time that they've touched DK in about the last 365 days or so. It was to just basically nerf the PvE format. So Succession is doing okay. Suck DK is like, all right, yep, it's pulling acceptable, like reasonable trash numbers, but Awakening is just not worth the effort that you're going to put in. So they basically killed that class in PvE, except for like the super hardcore DKs. You're just not going to see it very often. I've been playing a lot of Awakening Megu lately. I do think that Awakening Megu is up compared to last year, but I think that the primary problems that the class has is not that it's necessarily super bad in PvE. It's received a number of changes involving its AoE over the last like 365 days or go. Again, it's been AoE, damage, and various buffs that have kind of made it like quality of life. But the biggest problem on the Awakening Megu is the fact that there's no skill description for your passive. There's no passive indicator on the class at all, and it makes the class extremely difficult to pick up and play as a new player. the payoff is really good if you can get over that initial hump and really get the muscle memory down and understand the class. But you're talking at least 20 to 50 hours of like suffering before you get to a point where the class is like really smooth, and that's kind of frustrating. But overall, I do think that the class is in a better spot than it was a year ago. Overall, though, I think that now that the dust has settled on PvE, and I know that this was not on your sheet though, Jay, but I do think that we should talk about best classes in the game, PvE. So and this is going to be super controversial. All of the classes in the game just finished their big balance patch. We might see one more adjustment patch this week, but for the most part,
one more. I think there's one more, right?
No, they said that this was the last one.
Oh, this is the last one?
They were going to adjust it. Yeah, so this is like the last big change of like the classes that they're going through, and then they were going to adjust it. So like we should get one more balance change of like kind of nerfs, really, more than anything else. And then that's basically we're kind of at the end here of like their big balance shakeup for 2025. And I'm curious where you guys think your class sits in relation to the other classes. For example, Corgi, we're going to start with you. So like the question I'm going to ask is, where do you think Valkyrie is in relation to the other classes in the game? I would consider S tier like a tippity top tier grinder. A tier is like above average good. B tier average. C tier is below average. D is for dog shit. Okay, so like that's kind of like the rating that the rating system that we're using right now. Where do you think Valkyrie is, Corgi, and who do you think the best classes in the game in PvE are? Go ahead, Corgi.
I think if you were really good and you're paying attention the whole hour, she's an S. But like if you're just AFK at the keyboard, fucking face rolling everything, it's B. Or
Okay,
C.
Okay,
And the best grinders right now, I want to say Suckcasters off the top of my head, both Wizard and Witch.
Really?
I think so.
That that's strong because I got messaged by some wizards that they were like, we got nerfed. I'm like, shut your fucking mouth. I read the notes. You did not get just stupid. So annoying. I actually agree with your assessment on Suckcaster. I think Witch was already in a phenomenal spot, and I think that they buffed her and made her even stronger. So I think I would agree with you on that. And I actually also agree with your assessment on Valkyrie. I think it's an extremely difficult class. And very quickly, I'm going to shoot a question at you after I finish elaborating here. I think it's a super hard class to play, kind of like Suck Ninja. Like if you really are sweating, you're going to like the difference in trash loop between someone sweating and someone just averagely playing the class is like night and day. Huge amounts of silver per hour on the class. But like, do you think that Valkyrie, like, so 4 years ago, in order to pick up Awakening Valkyrie, a new player would have to watch like Amu's guide, and it would take them like do like 50 hours of just like practicing the animation cancels and trying to learn the engages and how to grind a even just to grind a PvE would be hard. Like, do you think that the class has gotten easier to pick up over the years? Do you think the devs have done a good job? Yeah, maybe they've ruined how the class feels to veteran players, but do you think it's actually easier for a new player to pick up and play now?
To be honest, my experience learning Valk was quite different because I just picked it up on a whim, and then I just shot Raiden a DM, and he would VOD review me each war.
Yeah,
so I can't say for sure.
I did the same thing with Amu. Amu like went into the battle arena and like trained me like it was something out of Rocky. Like it was.
But most of the people that ask me, "Hey, can you give me tips on Valk?" Usually, I don't see them asking about Valk after like the first 2 days.
Yep. Yep, and that's why I think a lot of the Valkyrie mains have kind of given up on helping new players with the class because they know that they're just going to give up on the class in like a couple of days, because that's how players' attention span kind of tends to be nowadays with all the easy classes in the game. Anyway, that was a tangent, but I just wanted to know your genuine opinion on that, and I would agree with you. Blonde, what do you think? Like, what have you heard? Like, Blonde, you haven't been playing BDO a whole lot, okay? But based on community, Blonde, your opinion is good because you're only going to be able to tell us what you feel the community has been freaking out about. Like, what have you been hearing a lot about as being the best class of the game in PvE right now? Where do you think Berserker is after the patch? And where do you think Dose is?
All I can say is Zerker's probably solid B, because if I don't see a Reddit post every single day talking about Zerker, then we're good. We're no longer S tier. I don't see a Reddit post every single day about Berserker. Hallelujah, I'm saved. Thank goodness. I remember there was a whole year and a half straight where every single day there was another post. Suck Berserker, wah! So listen, if it ain't there every single day, we're back to B tier, baby. No one's got their eyes on us. I love it. When it comes to Dosa, I mean, Dosa's a little bit above average. I feel like it just. I don't know if it's. I wouldn't say maybe it's not a numbers wise thing, but the class just feels solid. The buffs feel great. He feels awesome in a group. It's just pluses all around. I don't know how you can't give that like an A. Like,
okay, and do you mean Awakening or Succession?
Oh, Awakening. I don't play Succession. I don't know.
Succession's
not bad, but I mean, come on. You want to be the Avatar or what?
That's fair. Okay, all right. Yeah, that is fair. Okay, so what do you think the best classes of the game are? Like, who you hear complain about the most?
Oof. I don't know. I don't think, for a long time I felt like I was constantly listening to discourse about people being upset about trash per hour. I have not really. The last like big push I've heard people talk about is what Corgi said, the casters. I feel like the casters are maximum effort for maximum reward because they're just you can cast a lot and boom, 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 boom with abilities. But I haven't really heard anything else where people are like, oh yeah, this class is really good. Like every once in a while I'll hear like, oh, like a Suck Ninja is really good if you push in all that effort. And back in the day it was like Suck, or not Suck, it was Awakening Nova, like when you would go really, really hard and lock in. But I just don't feel like I hear that in the community too much anymore. I feel like more people are concerned about other things than like the trash per hour, unironically. Yeah.
Well, I actually think that that's for a different reason that I'll just elaborate on. I think it's because I think it's because the devs basically made everything a fucking tower spot, and you don't have to balance everything.
Who knows what's the best spot? Who knows what the best grinder is when you just sit there and you're stuck on a spawn timer? You would have no idea. There is no class imbalance in bossing, say, when you can't run pack to pack and know who's the king of the grind spot anymore. Who fucking knows? You'll never know. It's all fixed on a 1 minute spawn timer. Gotcha.
There's no animosity there. I get it. I'm right there with you, dude. So you have to, in order to like assess class balance in PvE, you kind of have to look at a spot like Darkseeker's Retreat or Tungrad Ruins, where you like that can make a difference. Like if your class is better, it can make a difference, right? Mm-hmm. So like you kind of look at those as the two high-end grind zones, and even Golden Pig Cave is kind of like this as well.
Kind of like that, yeah.
A little tougher because the mobs are a little further apart. Jay.
Hi.
Where do you think the best class is? Where do you think Wusa is in comparison to the other classes, Awakening and Succession? And then where do you think the best classes in the game are? Go ahead.
Well, I really like the way Corgi put it with like Valkyrie about how it's like an S grinder if you're like sweaty about it, but more like a B tier if you're grindy. And I kind of think that kind of framework makes a lot of sense to me for, I want to say like all the classes. I feel like, let's say B tier is like 30k, 35k comfortably at DSR. I kind of want to say like every class can just comfortably grind that. And then from there, that's when you like, if you put more brain power and effort into it is when you reach those 40, 45k numbers, maybe even 50k before like all the nerfs happened with some of the classes, right? Those would be considered the S plus tier classes. And for Wusa, yeah, she's like, if you're just comfortably grinding, I would say both Suck and Wusa. A lot of people ask me, oh, what's better, Suck or Wusa? I always say like, oh, if you're grinding comfortably, both Suck and Wusa can grind very like performance wise, very similarly. Okay. I do think go ahead.
You say Suck and you mean Succession and Awakening?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Suck, not Suck. No, you're good, Suck and Awakening. Like they always want to ask me like, oh, what's the comparison, right? And so I always say that, oh, if you grind comfortably on both Suck and Awakening, it performs similarly. But I would say the potential of higher end would be Succession, just because of the direct damage. Indirect damage has always been, or also known as like summon damage, has always been like very iffy with how the damage numbers work, as well as because of the delayed damage from Awakening Wusa, it kind of holds her back from performing those like higher ends. So I would say like top end, if you're like really sweating it with Awakening Wusa, maybe like B plus A minus kind of tier, and then for Suck Wusa, like closer to like just like A, and then maybe closer to A plus if you are like really sweating it out with for Wusa. And also I do like Golden Pig Cave as also a metric or barometer of measurement, because people have been, instead of doing trash numbers at Golden Pig, they've been doing timers. So like a really good time at Golden Pig is like 13 minutes. Like if you're clearing 13 minutes or something with your class, then you are like S tier, right? And so like 15 minutes would be closer to like A tier, and then 17 minutes plus closer, to like B-ish tier, 17 to 20 minutes. And that's where I usually comfortably do at for Awakening Wusa in general. For Golden Pig is like those 17 to 20 minute clears, just like comfortable turn your brain off kind of moments and stuff like that. And so As for like the best classes, as you mentioned before, like Suck Witch and Suck Wizard had gone some pretty big changes. If you guys don't know, like Wizard, I think some people were calling it nerfs because they increased the cooldown, but as I think they improved the sort of like reduction mechanic, like cooldown reduction mechanic for Wizard. So I haven't played Wizard to play around with that cooldown reduction mechanic, but it seemed like from the notes it was supposed to be like overall, if you were utilizing your fire elements more often, then you would get your meteor faster, or if you're using your lightning elements, you would get your discharge faster. If you were using your ice elements, you would get your blizzard faster and stuff like that. So that's what it sounded like. And then Witch has always been a very solid grinder, as you mentioned before. And then she got even some more buffs. So the high potential of Witch has even gone up there. I've been also seeing some really good numbers from Hashishin, surprisingly. I haven't heard about Hashishin in a while. Nobody really talks about Hashishin, but I've been seeing some really good numbers at DSR from Hashishin, like 40k plus numbers without a dark tide, like one of those RNG mechanics and stuff like that. Surprisingly, I've been hearing some really good numbers from Succession Nova, like doing better than Awakening Nova in PvE in terms of numbers, which is surprising. But Awakening Nova just recently got some big mechanical changes that I've been hearing from my chat. Like they don't like it. There's a lot of like big mechanical changes for Awakening Nova. I don't know how, I've never played it, so I don't know how big impactful it is, but it seemed like they were kind of upset. So let's see, what other classes do I have? Sage as well. How could I forget? Sage has been killing it in also PvE and PvP, so I would say he's up there as well. I don't really hear too much about Corsairs or anything like that. Or like who yeah, I haven't heard about Corsair in a while, so I don't know how they're doing in both PvE or PvP, but I don't know, maybe they're hidden OP and nobody's talking about it, and maybe they're like S plus tier, but they don't want it to get nerfed, so they don't talk about it. Maybe that's the situation, I don't know. So but yeah, I can't really think of anything else. Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's a good assessment. I do think that there's, for some classes, you talk about like the gap between sweating and then not sweating. I think it's way bigger on some classes. There's always that gap is always going to be there on all classes in the game. But I think that I think the biggest gap discrepancy would be like Succession Ninja, where like if you're but at Succession Ninja, you're C tier. Okay. Yeah. But if you are gaming on Suck Ninja, you're S tier. You're cooking, right? You're cooking. As far as Dark Knight goes, Awakening DK. I'm putting it in the D for dog water. Like straight up. I think that if you are a top tier Awakening DK, you're C tier. And I think that if you're not a top tier and you're not pulling like super great, you're in the dumpster. It is literally just in that position. Now, Succession DK is kind of pumping. I would say that Succession DK, if you're like a moderate Suck DK, is A. And to be honest with you, a hot take. I'll be honest with you. Like Suck is in a position where you're S tier. Like you're one of the best grinders in the game, in my opinion, on Suck DK at some of the high end grind zones in the game. If you're a gamer, so like I do think that Suck DK is actually in a really good spot. But Awakening, I have heard from some of my viewers that they switched over from Awakening to Suck and they don't like it, but they feel like they're like griefing themselves if they don't play Suck, and so. Yeah, I have heard some good things about Suck lately. I mean, I've seen, I'm sure you know Lua. He's a very good grinder on DK. I think Orzekia is also a pretty good metric. Like if you can pull 20k at Orzekia, that's kind of like where you want to be at for those like S tier numbers. 20k is essentially 4 bosses. You can fit in 4 Orzekia bosses in what's her name again? Kathawin. It's the knight, the mini boss. If you can fit 4 of those, then you're gaming. And then I would say casually 3 bosses. 3 bosses is about 15k. That's kind of like your turn your brain off numbers. So yeah, I would say that like honestly, if you look back, there's been so many changes, so it's difficult to remember. I actually think that Succession Guardian is normally in the history of Guardians. I think that Guardian has typically like people play Awakening, but I actually think that Succession is pretty significantly better than Awakening Guardian at the moment at high-end grind zones. Sage Awakening is Giga right now. I have no idea why they buffed it. It was already good. And and then they buffed it again. I don't get it. And then I would agree with Corgi's assessment. I think the best grinders in the game right now are probably Succession Caster, unless you're super sweating Suck Ninja. Sure. It's still, you're gonna have to sweat on Caster no matter what. And if you're sweating on Caster, it's probably gonna be S. Now, Awakening Caster, in my opinion, if you're an Awakening Wizard, A tier. If you're an Awakening Witch, I'm gonna say B to B minus. Like straight up. The reason people play Awakening, people are on the copium that Awakening, oh, it's fine, it's good. No, you compare it to the other classes in the game, it's worse off than it was a year ago. Okay. They did get some quality of life changes that helped it in PvE, no question. But because the other classes have been buffed to an extent that they are, like, you know, you're talking about Hash, you're talking about Sage, you're talking about a bunch of, even Awakening Megu, bro. Like, all these other classes are now outgrinding her. So, like, her place in the pecking order, did she get better? Absolutely. But her place in the pecking order kind of moved down. The reason a ton of people play Awakening Witch is because it is by far the safest class in the game at high-end grinding. You will not die. It doesn't matter if you're brain dead grinding, you can turn your brain off and still get like a really solid trash loot, and you're not at risk of dying. But at Golden Pig Cave and class or at like spots like that, if you play like a really high volatile class like Awakening Nova or even Awakening Megu or Dark Knight or any of those like really squishy classes that don't have a crazy amount of frontal guards, you're at risk of death. And death means like and it's also really it's way harder. Awakening Witch is like super low APM, and I would say that it's kind of an average grinder. Like overall, I think it's relatively an average grinder. It's kind of the bar, in my opinion. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's above average by any means, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily below average at all, because it's super safe as well. Super safe. And I know that people are not going to necessarily like to hear that, but it is what it is. Like, there's a lot of hours recorded on that class because, again, people just want a chill grinder. People wonder why Lan did not get any changes. I think Awakening got some changes, but Succession didn't. And I just want to say that the reason Succession Law didn't get any changes is because that shit is already stupidly good. Stop it. Warrior has gotten it got buffed once and then got nerfed like 3 times. Overall, though, I do think that Warriors are kind of up, right?
Warriors?
Nobody has any idea.
Oh, well, okay. I've only ever heard. Okay, so I talk with Zeraton a lot because we do a lot of like content outside of BDO a lot, and he's always complaining about Warrior, but maybe that's just Zeraton.
Oh my god,
he's always comparing
every time, bro. Bro, even when they're busted, they're like, oh my god, I can't grab that.
Even in the partner Discord, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about the partner Discord, but he's always complaining about Warrior. Let me expose him. Let me expose him.
Yeah. Anyway, tell us more about what happened to that partner chat. Anyway, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. Okay. Yo, hey, Corgi, I'm curious. You ever played Suck Valk?
Yeah, I used to main it, but I don't touch it at all nowadays.
Really? Okay, so it just got buffed in the most recent patch. Are you thinking like pretty significantly buffed in PvE, which in my opinion was a W thing for them. Do you think you're going to give it a shot again, or like why is it that you don't like playing it?
For PvE, they changed one of her spam skills that you could do, and they put a cooldown on it. So I don't think the buffs are enough to mitigate that change specifically.
So you think it's overall just kind of a nerf?
It should be like close to what it was before, but I just probably wouldn't find it enjoyable to grind on with that change specifically.
Well, dang. Okay. All right. Well, I was wondering. Now, okay. So I'm sure that all of you have heard about the Great Awakening Nova changes of 2025. Awakening Novas feel very strongly about these changes. I read through these super thoroughly on stream. Every single change super thoroughly, and to be honest with you, a lot of the skills are getting nerfed on a lot in a lot of different ways, but her damage in PvE is actually increasing. So in a crazy way, she probably will, once the dust settles and the people that are going to stay with the class end up staying with it and they figure out how to min-max it again. I actually do think it's going to be a really good grinder still. It just, I feel like it got the Valkyrie treatment, where I think that a lot of the Awakening Novas are extremely upset that the class that they learned and fell in love with is now
very different,
not the same. Yeah, not the same anymore. But like, I do think that it will be an above average grinder. No question. Once the dust settles on the class, but the problem is, I think that the cost was removing part of the class's identity, and I think that that's what people are really upset about. At the end of the day, I agree with the Awakening Nova AOE like reduction. Yeah, that shit was way like, what are we talking about? Like the class had crazy AOE for something that can close the distance faster than any other class in the game. Absolutely obnoxious. Okay, all right, now we're gonna have the hot takes. Who are the worst classes in the game in PvE right now? We're gonna start with Corgi. Corgi, worst classes and specs in the game.
Well, I was gonna say maybe Meiwa, but I don't know with the recent buffs anymore. Maybe if I had to pick one, honestly, I don't see any Deadeyes anymore after they got nerfed.
True, bro. Who? Bro, I see them walking around town. They're gooning, but they ain't grinding. I don't see it very much anymore. I don't think they're the worst class of the game, but you could make that case. Okay, all right, interesting. Okay, Blonde. Who's the worst class of the game in PvE? Like, who are the worst classes? You could split it up with like solo and group grind zones if you want to too.
Is Kunoichi any good anymore?
Suck Kuno, I do think that is still like really solid in PvE, but I think Awakening it was gonna be one of my answers. Might have been Awakening Kuno. Awakening
Yeah,
Kuno.
isn't it like I just have never ever heard anything ever good. The only thing you ever hear good about like Awakening Kuno is that like it looks cool. Like that's all I ever hear. I've never ever been like, oh, I cannot wait to go grind with an Awakening Kuno. It's gonna be so good. Never have heard that ever said in my life.
So true. She's really high effort for almost no payoff in the Awakening format. I think Succession Kuno actually pumps some pretty good trash loot if you're kind of gaming with her, but not as good as her ninja counterpart, in my opinion. But I agree with you. Any other classes you think stand out as like bottom tier, never talked about, nobody wants to play it classes?
No, it's just Kuno. Kuno's always been on my mind of like, it's literally the bottom rung of the ladder. Not really any others really come to mind too much. It's literally always Kuno.
Okay.
I don't know if that's like Frosty stuck in my brain or something, but
Frosty has doomed you. Frosty has literally ruined you for other women. Yeah, that's insane. Okay, Jaykun, you're the ultimate PvE lord, femboy trash. Now, what do you think is the worst class of the game for PvE?
I kind of want to say, just because you are limited to be optimal in a very few places, Shy, and so you're literally like only like super meta in like party grind spots, and in solo grind spots I have seen some like good numbers potentially in some like solo grind spots where you don't need too much AoE, but I feel like because of there's so much upkeep too. Like I recently grinded with Shy and Orzekia just to try it out, and the amount of upkeep I needed to make sure that my buffs are always up, my debuffs and my other, there's so many buffs on Shy just for yourself that you're spending, and I want to say like a good 10 to 15 minutes of your hour just using your animations, just buffing yourself to make sure you're doing the optimal trash and whatnot. And so there's so much upkeep for her. She can pull the good numbers if you're like putting high effort on her, of course, but again, like she, because of her low AoE and just like so much upkeep with her class, I feel like she's one of the less appealing grinders out there in comparison to, you know, like Awakening Witch or something, in terms of just like how easy and comfortable it is. A lot of people say, oh, it's just, you know, like the play style of Shy is like easy, just buff around, but it's just, it's not. If you want to like pull those higher end numbers, you have to like really like be gaming and stuff with it. So I kind of want to say it's Shy. Shy is like the worst grinder in PvE, personally.
Okay, I'm gonna have a hot take, and before Jay starts getting flamed like balls in the comments, I'm gonna double down with you. I actually one of my answers was gonna be Shy, but only for solo grinding. I think that Shy, because I've played Shy, and it sucks, dude. You constantly have to buff yourself, and then you have to debuff the mobs with the Misty. Sometimes when it comes up, like it's fucking annoying. And then you don't have very many like frontal guards and stuff. The AOE on the class,
the protection,
like, okay. And yeah, exactly. Like the group grinding Shy S+ tier, right? Can't say anything bad about it, right? But like at these solo spots, by nature of the class, it's
Mm-hmm.
really just not very good, bro. Like nobody wants to grind at those places, and the reason that nobody really complains about this very much, but I'm curious what the shy mains actually think.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that your solo grind, especially on the high end, sucks. Like really sucks. And it's because they buffed your group grind to be a position where it's way too busted. Good.
So I was gonna say, I noticed that there was some changes for certain classes like Witch and Wizard, where they got their like self buffs just naturally in their kit. Like their 20% cast speed buff from Speed Spell now is just baked into Voltaic, and I was like thinking, oh, maybe that would be a good way to like make Shy a little bit more comfortable to play, is if they bake in some of the shy buffs into self buffs. So whenever she did her boomerang ability, she just got her like speed spell and whatnot, but she'd still have to cast speed spell to affect her party members, you know, just to make her like solo grinding a little bit more comfortable, because they did that for a bunch of different classes to just bake in a lot of their like self stuff. So maybe that would be a way to make it a bit better.
I think the way to make Shy like a lot better would be to just remove it completely from the entire game, because fuck terrorism in Black Desert Online.
That would be a big change.
I just want to say,
Yeah.
those in the comment section in like 3 or 4 months, when you see a massive Shy solo grind buff, and it becomes like both the best PvE solo and PvE group class, I just want you to know where that came from. Just remind yourself in a few months. These guys spoke it into existence. Just remember that. I just want you to commit that to memory.
You're welcome.
Fuck you, Blonde. I love how Blonde is like, yo, this is great. Normally I'm the rage baiter. This time they're gonna get all the hate. This dude's gonna like goon to the comment section this week. This dude's gonna goon to the comment section.
Say something
really
like
insane.
that.
Actually crazy.
Yeah, you know what? Shy solo PV sucks. You know, it really would be cool if we could fix this, guys. Don't you think?
No. Okay, let me be very clear about how you fix. So the problem is you can't just buff Shy, and this is the problem with Shy. You can't just buff Shy's PvE and expect it to get better as a solo grinder, because if you buff Shy's damage, it's just going to get better at group grinding, and she's going to be even better at group grinding. In order to buff Shy's solo grind, you have to first nerf her group grind to a point that the solo grind can actually compete. So the class needs to be completely rethought top to bottom if they're actually going to change it. Now, with regards to Kunoichi, I have the hot take of I actually think that Awakening Kuno is doing okay right now. I think that the best Awakening Kunos, I talked to some of them, I think that they're pulling average to above average trash loot. They're doing fine. They're not S tier, but they're B to A, you know, and then the bad Kunos are average to below average. You know, there's a gap there. But I do think that Kuno overall, Awakening and Succession, is doing okay at the moment. It's just a lot of work in order to try to get to an above average state, where if you just put in a lot of work on something like Suck Ninja, you're gonna outperform it. So it doesn't really make any sense. I think that okay, worst class in the game in PvE. Well, you can't spell Dark Knight without starting to spell dog shit. So, Awakening DK, it's not the worst class in the game in PvE, but I do think that it is down. It's down there. It's somewhere down there. It's definitely worse than Awakening Witches, which again puts it in the below average category. But I think that the worst class in PvE in the game, and I don't think it's a contest, is Corsair. I think that Corsair it's not talked about. Neither spec is really played anymore. They've basically completely destroyed the fabric of the class. Like overall, I think that Awakening has always been kind of ass in PvE, and then Succession Corsair, again, even the Suck Corsairs, they changed the class and now it's just total fucking butt. You know what I mean? Like nobody plays this thing anymore because they've basically destroyed the foundations of the class and somehow nerfed it. Like, you mean Captain Sailor for my boat? I mean, bro, if we're gonna make Corsair, like just like the RP boat class, then do that, right? But like, don't try to like, you can't introduce it like you did Shy, where Shy is gonna be like the RP life skilling class, and then try to balance it in the rest of the game because you just break the game. But like, you want to make it the boat class, that's fine. But I think that Corsair's identity is a lot more than just being the captain of a goddamn ship. And I think that they've done the class a tremendous disservice. So again, I didn't hear Corsair from anyone. I personally think it's Corsair. I think the rest of the classes kind of landed where they will. You know what? I'll probably do a fucking tier list right after the podcast and just like start throwing, bro, because that shit, oh man, people are going to get upset. Oh, they're gonna be so mad. But it's really good to talk about that potentially. As like because like again, that's the focus of the game right now. I actually made a video recently, so we're gonna pivot off. Is there anything anyone wanted to add about PvE?
Nope.
Yeah, more
Oh.
grind spots.
Oh
Sorry.
my.
Okay, I made a video recently that really resonated, I feel like, with a lot of people, and I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on it were. Corgi particularly. I think because you're a guild master, Corgi, so you have a very good idea of how active your guild is. Above all, you're trying to strive to keep your players active, to keep your friends playing the game. That's why you said that you do it in the first place. You're just trying to keep them active. Do you feel like AFK culture in BDO, since they've buffed AFK fishing and then shifted a lot of like we want you to speed through kind of our active content, or like AFK more, even when you're playing the game actively. Do you think this shift towards AFK culture in BDO has kind of led to a decline in the game state overall? Have you seen less active guild states as a result of people just relying on AFK fishing more?
To be honest, for my own guild, I haven't really seen any ups or downs since fishing buff, but I do know that it's keeping the older players playing the game because they don't have to play as much to keep up with the other geared people.
Okay, so you think it's actually helping?
Sort of. But that's only because I don't really talk to new players, so I don't know their perspective on it.
Okay. All right.
Do you think
go
that's it's healthy? It's a healthy way to sustain the player base?
It's hard to say because it's like artificially inflating the player base, if that makes sense.
Right. Do you?
Because
think
I know
that is
a lot of
healthy thing a game
people.
would do?
Blonde's really
have
trying
no
to lead
idea.
you into this right now. He's really,
I guess
he's laying that bait out there right now.
I guess it's good for the executives at the table when they see their stock number going up.
True.
But for the community, I don't know. I don't think it does much other than keeping some people in the game.
Okay. All right. All right, Blonde, I know that you're itching now on this. Do you think that AFK culture in BDO has harmed the game overall and caused people to play less actively and quit the game over time? Yes, it keeps them playing in the short term. Do you think they're quitting long term? Have you seen more activity in the game? Do you feel like the game's being played less actively? I assume that you feel like it's unhealthy, but like, what's your take on the whole AFK culture becoming much more popular in BDO?
I think it's a really tough issue. I think it puts a nasty sentiment on the game when the concept for a lot of this game, I felt like, has always been the more time you put into the game, the more you're going to grind and the more your account grows with the time you put into it. So essentially the time that you're putting into something is kind of respected. Regardless of how lucky you were, getting really lucky one taps or other stuff, I felt like BDO always felt like the more effort and time you put into it, you're eventually going to get that drop, you're going to get that enhancement, you're going to get that silver to buy that new gear piece. Because I know plenty of people that just bought their gear. And now that like there's a culture shift of like, you know, we used to AFK fish for like 20 mil a night, no big deal. And some people were running to towns and selling like 100 to 150 maybe mil. And like that was pretty crazy. Now that it's like shifted a lot farther on the deeper end of money, but we're also making a lot more money, and that hasn't been shifted since the beginning of the game. And I totally understand that. I think that now that players can make the excuse of like, well, I don't have to play every day, I don't have to grind every day, I don't have to log into the game, I think is good if you're like an addicted person who's playing the game 8 hours a day and you're like, I gotta keep playing or else I can't catch up. Like, I think that's like an unhealthy relationship and mentality to have with the game. So I think you should already be stepping away at that point. And so maybe in some ways it is healthier because a player no longer has to play the game because they can log AFK on it and then log in once a week and do their group activities. Is that a healthy thing for the actual player base? Are players actually playing the game? I don't think that's a healthy player base. It might be healthy for the mindset of the player to play less because they're not playing 10 plus hours a day and being addicted and stuff like that. I think that it's a really complex argument, like what is good, which is sort of what Corgi was saying. It's like, yeah, it's good that the player base numbers are up so that the executives can show the shareholders that the numbers are up so they can get more money to invest in the game to make it better. And potentially, if the direction they eventually go for the game ends up being a better game now that they're done developing Crimson Desert, this could be a positive thing. But based on the track record over the last year or two plus, it doesn't feel like it's in a positive change. I'm sure people that maybe played a lot and are now playing a lot less, and they're like, now I can just kind of log in and do a little bit and whatever. I'm sure those players feel kind of all right, but I don't think it's a healthy trend to set in a game where you don't have to put any time into this game and play it to actually get anything out of it. You could AFK a whole year making 2 to 3 bill a day. That's $1 trillion silver in a year, and you can just buy all the gear you need. So you don't have to play the game. That's cool, whatever. Like I don't think that's a healthy trend to set. I think that AFK style type ability should have always been like less than 10% of what you should or could grind as a normal person in a day. So it just feels like weird. That's just my take. I don't think it's a good, healthy way of the game. Personally.
I agree. It would be like I used this analogy before, and I'll give my take at the end. But like I used this analogy before, but it's kind of like content creation. You're not battling to be the stream that everybody's lurking in. You're battling to be the stream that everybody's actually actively listening to, right? Because a lot of people watch Twitch with like 4 or 5 streams open at a time, but like you want to be the streamer that they're actively listening to. You don't want to be the stream on lurk, right? It's kind of like being the game. You don't want to be the game that they're not actively playing. Like you're trying to battle to be that active game, at least in my opinion. Now, Jay.
Hi.
I'm curious, Jay, you've seen the evolution yourself. You've been playing the game a lot more actively recently too. Have you seen people get less active recently? Or at least since they made these changes in the shift towards AFK? Do you agree more with Corgi that it really hasn't had too much of a substantial impact on the player base? Or do you agree more like with Blonde's thinking? Or are you something entirely different?
Well, okay. I kind of agree on both. There's like a very like debatable kind of interpretation of what is helpful.
Jay.
Go on the fence.
Always right on the fence line, right in the middle, one cheek on each side, just straddling that thing like a horse. Love it.
But yeah, okay. Actually, I just want to show you guys with a screenshot that I just saw. It was like really funny too.
If you think you're avoiding hate in the comments on this video, you're crazy. Your shy comment earlier, you're cooked, bro. Just commit. Just double down.
Can you look at the screenshot I posted on Discord? I just thought this was so funny. Okay, so I have this friend named Jazz, right? And he's like a TNL gamer, right? And he just logged into video for the first time in a long time. And he's like, on the screenshot here, it says, "Wow, I'm so good at the game." And then Choice replies like, "Damn, a T10, Pen Blackstar, T9 Horse, and Ted Blackstar all while not logging in. That's talent." And I just thought that was like really funny, and that was like kind of the situation we're talking about where we're just rewarded for not playing the game. And is that healthy? And like, well, I mean, they do have to have some sort of catch up mechanics for people who do want to catch it, because we're like kind of progressed in terms of like BDO as a whole as a game. Like people are reaching 800 plus gear score now, right? Like people are, I think the top end for gear score is like 810 or 820 if you have like, potentially full pen all of your armors, which I have seen on Twitter. There was a Twitter post of this, I think it was like a Japanese player who literally had pen, like helmet, chest, gloves, and boots, which was insane. So they basically beat the game. Their deck, everything too. It was yeah. So they have been, I don't know if that person like paid to win or like just played actively, but that's the part where I want to
know if that person played to win. Are you
well,
kidding
I
me?
was gonna lead into with Blonde saying that if you do play like very actively, you're eventually gonna get those items. But I could definitely see that Pen Labresca and all that stuff is very like unrealistic for the average player. But maybe he's not an average player. Maybe he just plays a lot. But again, like you can eventually get everything if you play a lot potentially. So
that person's definition of PvP has nothing to do with other players. That is player versus paywall.
Player versus
okay.
pearls.
Like,
true.
Yeah, player versus pearls. Like there's just no shot. Okay, I just refuse to believe it at all. I actually think that a large part, and I'll probably make a follow-up video on it, of the biggest problem with progression in the game. I think the biggest, in my opinion, AFK is contributing to players quitting the game because, in my opinion. In order to truly quit BDO, what you do is you stop playing actively over time. You start the blocks of time that you would normally play actively become shorter and shorter and shorter, and you AFK more and more and more, and then eventually you just let go, even of AFK. And I think that shifting your player base towards more of an AFK style artificially starts this sequence a lot faster for a lot of players, which I could be wrong about, but I'll be honest with you, the videos seem to resonate with a lot of people. And normally videos like that, I lose subscribers, that the like ratio is in the dumpster, and like the comment section is full of hate. This time the video has a 97% like ratio. Most of the comments are overwhelmingly positive. Like, normally I hate this bold fuck, but I think he's right this time, kind of deals, right? So like, I think that it did strike a chord with people, but I think that the follow-up video is going to be more like, why is progression really kind of in a bad spot in the game right now? And I'm going to ask your question. I wonder if you guys agree with me on this. I think the word that comes to mind is urgency. So there's no sense of urgency to acquire gear anymore. It is just, well, I'll get it eventually, which is before I understand that BDO is, I know it's going to sound weird up front, but hear me out. BDO is a long-term grind format game in that, like, it's a marathon, right? Not a sprint. You're always grinding long-term, but the thing that kept you grinding, especially most actively in the game, is you're like, oh man, I really need to get gear together so that I can PvP better, or I need to get gear together so that I can get to that next grind zone so I can be making the most money in the game and I can really make use of my time or something like that. But there's really no sense of urgency that I feel anymore to be like, I need to get this gear right now so that I can get to the end game in some way, shape, or form, like there used to be in the past. For me, the motivation was always PvP. It's like, okay, I got to keep up with the gear curve for PvP. I have to get out and grind. I have to go on a grind arc, whatever, right? That's just not there anymore. And so I just don't feel that urgency, and I feel like that and the Cronstone issue, obviously, are the two primary factors that I think contribute to players not playing the game as actively outside of the AFK issue. They just don't feel that urgency, which kind of helps them AFK more. Now, I'm curious, do you agree with me on this? Corgi, I'll ask you first. Do you feel like there's a sense of urgency there? Do you think I'm off base, or what's your take on that?
No, you're right. There's just really no reason to progress your gear unless you just want to see the number going up nowadays.
Okay, well, okay. How about Corgi? Clear, concise, and to the point. Honestly, Corgi, if we had you on as a normal podcast member, I think you're JayKun, basically. You're just like, okay, boom, just lays it on the line.
Yes,
and
another JayKun. B before the T.
Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Blonde, what do you think? Do you think that I nailed it there, or do you think that it's something else? You guys are PvEers, so
I think it's a lot of elements. I don't think it's one individual thing. I think it's like a long-term, like, systemic change to the game that's like shifted things. I think that back in, like, and I hate to go this far back, but back in like the Medaya era, like getting like pen was kind of like crazy at first, and then as you played more and we got more materials, hitting Tet wasn't so strange, and then eventually hitting pen wasn't so strange anymore. But it was still like rare, and I think that during the Black Star era that also felt the same. I don't feel that way about the current meta, which may be fine for like longer term, but like there were things that fundamentally changed when you got like a Tet to pen upgrade when it was back in the Dandelion era, and when the Black Star era happened where you got Tet to pen Black Star, you felt a significant change. And I don't feel that way with the current set of gear. I don't feel like a massive difference between like level 5 weapons to level 10 weapons. Like I understand the numbers are going up, but like that's a massive amount of change in like arguably trillions of silver, depending on if you get lucky or not. And there is no new grind spot to get access to. There's no new thing that you get to do. I can do everything currently in the game, and my weapons are pen and 8. But even if both my weapons were pen, I could do everything. And I feel like it's really awkward when you have a massive, like, thousands of hours grind ahead of you, and what are you going to be able to access? Nothing. Like, there's no thing that I can't do. My group is defeated to hard mode to post Crown Prince. You know, like, we've done a majority of content, or every single bit of content. Like, there's nothing I don't have access to. And so, like, there's no motivating factor other than what Corgi said, number goes up. And I think that the numbers kind of play into it, where it's like, you know, some of the response has been, oh, well, like, if you were like a super grinder, you're making way more than 2 to 4 bill a day. And it's like, that's true, but like, not everybody can grind 6 to 8 hours a day, and not everybody should be grinding 6 to 8 hours a day. Like, if you want a healthy relationship with the game, I don't think you should be doing that. But the fact that you could just AFK for your 24 hours, and instead of playing your 1 to 2 hours after a day of work or whatever, or playing on the weekend, you're just AFK fishing and making up all that money either way, I feel like kind of takes away the... I don't know, the sense of purpose or value into the point of putting your grind in to get something out of it. I think that BDO, again, for me at least, has always felt like one of those games where, like, you know, I'm going to go crazy hard this weekend. I'm going to make a bunch of silver and I'm going to go buy a new thing, or I'm going to buy these things to invest into my gear, whatever. And I feel like it's just slowly shifted away from that, where, like, yeah, now it is that. It's just much longer, but also there's nothing, like, unlocked. I remember grinding like crazy, getting access to, like, you know, we were doing Miramox back in the day, and then I finally was like getting gear to go to Histria, and then, like, you know, or Ackman, and then Histria, and then, like, going to these harder and harder grind spots as your gear sort of progressed. And, like, again, maybe this is just an end game player perspective where it's like, oh, there's nothing for me to do, fine, whatever. But, like, I haven't touched my gear in like over a year. There's no way I'm like that far ahead, and new players are going to accelerate even faster. They're going to catch up, and then I feel like they're going to be in sort of the same spot. Especially if they're AFK fishing, and now I'm getting 1 trillion silver in a year, arguably. It just feel like it's going to create a weird precedent for the game where, like, and maybe people don't see this because they're in the middle of that grind, but people aren't seeing that the target audience is new and returning players for a specific period of time. But once you pass that threshold, I mean, if you like seeing number go up, then fine, be my guest. I loved it for many years too, to a point, but I feel like you're not going to see the wall. Like, you're heading straight into a wall and you don't see it. Like, you've got your blinders on, and, you know, you're just going to crash into that wall. I don't know how else to say it.
Agree. For the most part, generally agree. Yeah. Jay, what's your take on this? Do you feel like that there's urgency in progression in BDO nowadays? Or do you think that that's the problem? Do you think that's a contributing factor? Or do you think I'm off base?
Yeah, I agree. There's not as much urgency now before. I mean, I like to always use I wasn't there during when Histria first came out, but that was kind of like the chase spot back in the day for like 2017 Histria. And then Ash Forest came out. People were like 600 gear score. It was a 700 gear score spot, right? Crypt came out, even though it was like considered a 710 gear score spot, it was still like another chase kind of grind spot. And so just I feel like there's not as much kind of like you're working towards something to make, you know, to be making that difference in your gear to grind those spots or like do this type of content. I only recently again got into PvP, and I feel like if I did get into PvP earlier, I would maybe not feel as motivated to kind of like grind, because I already have, like, you know, the kind of gear for PvP, etc. But I think BDO just needs more of that urgency to see more active people playing, and perhaps maybe you know, with the Idania expansion coming out with these like all these like new end game grind zones, perhaps that urgency might come back to be like, oh yeah, I want to grind, you know, I want to get my gear so I can go to Idania and then do like all that cool stuff and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think that just like, I'm just gonna say it. I didn't want to say it before, but now I'm gonna trigger everybody. The urgency and progression before was PvP for most players. Okay, whether you liked PvP or not, it was either to avoid PvP or like there was the threat of PvP or whatever. But now that PvP has essentially been removed from the game, for the most part, sorry, Corgi, compared to what it used to be, I think that the urgency is gone for a lot of people. And then again, PvE, there's been nothing added in PvE that I think really expresses or encourages that same urgency that we used to see. But yep, that's just my take on that. Now we got to do closing thoughts because we've been talking for almost an hour and a half now. Let's do closing thoughts. We'll end with Corey. We'll start with Blonde.
Closing thoughts. Here we are.
Here
we are. We'll see the wall soon. Don't worry. You'll see the wall you're about to crash into. Just trust.
Do you think if they introduced capped G leagues, do you think that would incentivize newer players and newer guilds to get into it?
No.
Really?
That's actually a phenomenal question. The reason I don't think that necessarily helps is that, number one, there's already a decent amount of cap content in the game, but number two, Guild League is not necessarily and usually not going to be the reason a new player gets into PvP. Usually a new player wants to get into PvP because they want to be a part of a Node War guild. That's usually why they join. Guild League is an integral part of being in a Node War guild, no question. But until they fix large scale PvP, open world PvP is dead. There is no open world PvP unless there is first Node Wars. Node Wars are the reason that guilds come together in this game for PvP. The reason that your guild exists, Corgi, is so that you guys can do Node Wars and Siege at a fundamental purpose, right? Like that's why everybody kind of joined in the first place. And of course, you probably participate in all aspects of PvP once that initial foundation is there. But I think unless you're encouraging people to really come together for Node Wars, you're not going to have open world PvP in that beef and those big GVGs that we used to see unless you have people actively grinding for Node Wars and actively trying to participate in Node Wars and Siege. I think that that is something that you can consider. Like, would it help, Corgi, if there was an active player base? Yes, it might help. But then I think that everybody's just going to shift towards the cap PvP, and I don't necessarily think that that's a great thing. I think that you should try to push guilds to do the uncapped format. But like, yeah, it might help if the guild or the game was more active for PvP. But I don't think that any player is going to be like, yeah, I want to PvP out of nowhere just because I want to do Guild League, and like new guilds are going to rise up, and then suddenly Guild League's going to be super popular. No, usually the inclination to try PvP is either open world or just Node Wars, and again, both are created from Node Wars in most cases. So I think that first they must fix large scale PvP, and then small scale PvP can start to see benefits as a direct result. But it's a good question for sure. Jay,
Also,
before we go ahead.
Can I ask one more question for all of you?
Yeah,
Sure.
I talked to other streamers about it. I know Maple Story has done it, but do you think they should separate NA and Korean updates? So, for example, in Maple Story, NA has a completely different playstyle, if you will, from Korea, in that Koreans are more willing to swipe on their game. Meanwhile, on NA, they have a server called Reboot, where it's basically like Iron Man, where you don't have to swipe at all and you can self-sustain and you can just play the game however you like. So the reason I'm asking that is do you think they should update it or separate it for BDO so we can get the deck changes back?
Oh, so
one could only dream, brother. One could only dream.
Are you advocating? Okay, let me be clear. Okay, I'm confused. Are you advocating that they separate the Korean patches from the NA patches? Because I don't want that. Or are you advocating for a BDO Classic?
No,
there's a difference.
Separating the patches.
I am very against separating the patches, mainly because we had that before, and Korea had Odalita for 9 months. You look over at console.
No. He's not saying in the sense that like they get stuff before or after. That we don't get stupid updates that don't fit NA's culture versus Korean culture. Mm-hmm. We'll still get the new region at the same time. We just won't get some dumb change that says PvP is now completely. There's no flagging
like
up in the game anymore. It is illegal. You will get banned.
Like that kind
really,
of stupid stuff. I see. Still no, and the reason is I know that's gonna sound crazy, but like I don't. Blonde's like, what, homie? What? Okay, I'm the only person here that did the United Nations podcast. So of the people here, I've talked with the Korean community the most about these issues, about issues like this, and I think that people wrongly point the finger at Korea for forcing these changes on the West, when the reality of the situation is the Koreans actually think a lot, especially their PvP scene, thinks a lot more like we do, and their players think a lot like we do. When we are mad with JaykunVT Kim, they are mad with JaykunVT Kim. When we are mad about PvP, they didn't want one-sided decks gone either. They didn't want to go. Now, granted, you're talking about a region that stands in line for PvE, but that's on like the normal servers. Like, but as far as one-sided decks or like Arsha PvP goes, they didn't want the one-sided decks necessarily either. They didn't want the karma changes. They didn't really feel super great about that either. Most of the Korean server generally agrees with us. The only thing that they disagree with us on, or they're relatively indifferent to, is that their PvP, like their large-scale PvP, their Node War scene, has basically killed itself because the top 3 guilds on the server are all allied with each other, like buddy, and they basically work in sequence to intentionally kill every smaller guild on the scene. Like they very intentionally try to kill every single other guild that tries to rise up and do something. This would be like if Cho Nation, Digital, and Corrupt they would all just drop on nodes to fuck Pecco, like deliberately just you don't get to play, and then they would just hand the node off. Okay, like that's why they killed their PvP scene. But overall, usually when they make changes to the game, Korea usually agrees with us. The problem that we have with the developers is like, yeah, we give them feedback. Korea gives them feedback. South America gives feedback. Even console gives feedback, and they just don't listen to anybody. They don't listen to the Koreans. They don't listen to us. They don't listen to anybody. And I think that if they try to upkeep 2 different patches, you're just going to create more problems for ourselves because, like, again, then they're just not going to update. I think the updates would get longer and like further and further apart. And I do think that I think the game would just suffer overall. I think that what they need to do is just listen to the player base. Like worldwide, we're pretty unanimous on certain issues. Obviously not everything, but certain issues, we are pretty unanimous on this across the board. Like the Cronstone issue is a perfect example. One-sided decks, Korea didn't necessarily want that either. They were like, what the hell? They didn't even necessarily have a problem with one-sided decks. Like we were the ones that had the quote problem with one-sided decks. They did it for streamers. After all, if you remember correctly, it's because all those Lost Ark streamers came over and then they ended up all quitting because they were being quote hunted. Close quote. And like that's
why won't PA listen then? Why won't they listen?
Because this is how the company is. And then this is why I'm not a BDO partner anymore, by the way. This is why I'm like the fucking black sheep of the community, is because I put my foot down and I scream at them about these issues that they refuse to listen to the community on basically all the fucking time. They think that they care very deeply about their game. And believe it or not, they do play their game, but they don't play the parts of their game that they're changing stuff for. So they don't do PvP. The developers are not PvPers, yet they keep trying to make and change PvP systems. This means the changes are going to be dog shit. And they think that the changes in their head, they're like, we know what's best for our game. It's like an ego thing. It's like, oh, they're complaining, but they don't know what's best. We know what's best, so we're going to take the bullet for them and we're going to change it anyway. It's like that martyrdom. Like, oh no, we know what's best for our game. So they hear the feedback and then they just say, okay, they don't actually want that. Do you remember when World of Warcraft had that iconic conference where a person stood up in the audience and said, hey, do you think that you would consider making World of Warcraft classic? Exactly. Yep. Do you think that you should make World of Warcraft? Yeah. Would you make World of Warcraft classic? And I quote, the game fucking director goes, you think you want that, but you don't. You don't want that. We know that you don't want that. And they refuse to give it to them for years. That is our developers' opinion on everything. They hear feedback and one of 2 things happens. Either one, they're like, at base, that's kind of a good idea. But in order to satisfy their ego, they have to change it in some way. So we're like, we want A. And they're like, okay, here's C. So like they changed the thing, but not the way that we wanted them to. Right? Like it's extremely frustrating. Or the other thing is, no, they don't actually want that. That forgive them, Lord. They know not what they ask kind of situation. Like that is legitimately my opinion. Example, hardcore server. True. Hardcore servers are my example for like how the developers hear feedback because they 100% heard worldwide. Koreans thought this too. Everybody gave the unanimous feedback across the board that we wanted all the classes to be played on the hardcore servers. And they said, no, you don't. We know what's best for you. And then they just refused to acknowledge it or do anything about it. So like, I know that you guys disagree with me on this, which is why, but now let's give you guys time to talk. Corgi, why do you disagree with me on this? Why do you think that the patches should be separated?
I don't know. I just thought that Koreans didn't want the one-sided decks because the only person asked what their thoughts were Hugh Hotbar, because he's the only Korean streamer I know of.
Oh, okay. So go watch the old United Nations podcast while all that shit was going on. All of us were on the same. The whole world was all like, dude, what the hell is going on? Like, why are we getting all of these changes? Yam is a great example he's actually does PvP in Korea. He's a good, like he does. I can send you his information if you want to see, but if you go back and watch the UN podcast, that's Korea's usually, I mean, I could hold another UN podcast. The problem is and this is going to sound really sad and like savage, but there's just not as many streamers playing the game anymore, so it's very difficult to get streamers to represent each region now. Like I don't have South America. Who's going to play from South America now? Who's SEA? Very few streamers from SEA, and then getting everybody to line up. It's going to be hard to find a
console
translator.
players. Where are they at?
Yeah, console who? Yeah. So Corgi's given his opinion. I've given my opinion, which I understand is the controversial take. Blonde, what's your take on it? Okay, hold on, I have to retype it out because we're not talking about urgency and progression anymore. We're talking about
separating updates.
Patches. Yeah, patch updates.
I understand that your perspective from the other pod, kind of the United Nations, kind of gives you a different perspective. I think that it's just that the players have always felt the sentiment from Korea is different. So like the perspective is, yeah, we should definitely separate it, because if they think that, you know, the Koreans need a certain culture and then we need a certain culture, then separate it. But I mean, I agree. I think that it's like, why isn't PA listening if everybody's saying the same thing? But if it were to get us good updates, then like, I mean, I'd be all for separating it if it meant that we were going to get something, just a difference between the current shift of meta. It's just frustrating, but I think that, like you said, it's pride. They're going to do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter, and we're fricked either way.
Yeah. Jay, it's time for you to go ahead and sit on your fence. So do you think that they should separate patches by region, or do you think that that's not a good idea?
I feel like they already did something similar to that, didn't they, with like nodeware stuff? Because I think that we have the construction nodeware option, but I don't think Korea has that, no? Or like, was it? I think was it Balanos?
Yes, that is well? Correct. So
I think they don't have Balanos either. Like yeah. So there's a little bit of that happening already. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we asked for Serendia Siege. They gave us Balanos because they're fucking idiots. And then we asked for the old Node War system back, and they said, okay, you can have it back, but now it's only 1 hour. So like, yes, that is the only difference I think between NA and Korea at the moment are that and maybe like a couple mile other things.
I mean,
giving your take on it.
I'm not too sure on this. I don't know what the right answer is for this kind of situation, so I'm just gonna say
there isn't a right answer. It's your opinion.
It's my opinion.
Yeah, it's your opinion, Jay. Just don't be afraid.
Feel? Yes or no?
Separate well, or no? I like Maple Story, and I mean, so I'm gonna go with Corgi on this one because I like Maple Story. There. You're gonna be playing Maple Story Classic, Corgi?
Stop talking about Maple Story! No,
yeah, talk about RuneScape, bro.
RuneScape. Let's go RuneScape.
Bro, first of all, how can you even play Maple Story? Nexon is literally robbing you. If you spend money on that shit fucking game, they literally lower your RNG in getting like the items that you want. But if you spend less money on the game, you'll have better RNG. Like, how can you even put your faith in a company that would do that to you? Whatever are we even fuck Maple Story. That game is for idiots, bro. Stupid people play that game. How could you possibly want to play that goddamn game?
Memories.
Ugh, you're killing me. Also,
you've never had a Maple Story girlfriend? Maple Story. Oh no.
Bro, you dodge questions better than Donald Trump. This is crazy.
It's all that evasion. Damn.
What goddamn evasion gear? Okay. All right. Screw it. Now we're gonna do closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. We finally got there.
Closing thoughts. Okay.
Oh, now we're gonna close our thoughts.
Yeah, now we're gonna close our thoughts. So we're gonna do Blonde first now. Again, let's try again. Okay, good.
All right, my closing thoughts are: we'll see, buddy. We'll see. You know, I hope you guys are very happy with the changes and the balances, and you know, we're getting there on the game. But you know, I mean, you know, we'll see. You know, stuff's changing, things are happening, updates are coming. It's, you know, crazy game.
Okay, Jesus. Why is you, bro? If I go back 2 podcasts right now, tell me that your answer is not exactly the same. He's just smiling that shit-eating grin. Keep Blonde.
Same shirt as well.
Okay, fuck you. You know what? We're actually all wearing the same shirt, so you can't even get mad. You can't even get mad.
Oh my god, we got the memo today.
All right, Jay, give me your closing thoughts.
Oh, closing thoughts. Right. I needed to close my thoughts. Okay, so closing thoughts is that I'm patiently waiting for Heido Ball this year. And also please check out my voice acting competition video, Tales of the Adventures, on my YouTube channel. And while we wait for Heido Ball, you can find me over at twitch.tv, so it's JaykunVT, V before the T.
Right on. And my boy, Canadian Corgi. Corgi, I want to say thanks for coming on to the podcast. I think you're a well-spoken
Thank you for tolerating
man of
us.
few words. Yeah. Well-spoken man of few words thrown into a room with a bunch of yappers. And I love how concise you are. And for anybody that doesn't know, Corgi, again, is one of the the very best Awakening Valkyrie, at least in North America, that we have currently. He's also the GM of Pecco, which join Pecco. It's a lot of fun. It's a super fun guild. And they have great anime waifus in that guild, if I remember correctly, if it's anything like what it was before. Corgi, you want to give us thanks for coming on the podcast, buddy. I appreciate you. What closing thoughts do you have for us here?
Thanks for having me, first off. Can I ask you a question real quick, Blue, before I give my closing thoughts?
Of course. Go nuts.
Are you ever going to be reinterested in starting up your Node War guild again?
That is a question that a lot of people have been asking me lately. I will give you.
I see you playing video a lot more recently. So
I know. Yeah, and the reason actually is in a roundabout way. It actually is for that reason, but not for the reason. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the shortest answer that I can. I'll be talking for the next 15 minutes. Okay, but like straight up. Okay, so a lot of people have asked me, "Are you gonna come back to large scale PvP?" And the answer is, if the developers fix their game. Fix their large-scale PvP, particularly Node Wars. I can make Siege work. I'll be honest with you. As long as they don't completely screw up Balanos Siege, we make that shit work. It'll be fine. It's Node Wars that I think are tremendously bad at the moment. And I think that if the developers come out at the Heidel Ball, they re-extend Node Wars to 2 hours, make a couple adjustments, and then show us that the new Adani expansion is going to have plausible, reasonable open world PvP. Yes, the plan would be to return to large scale PvP. And the reason with my guild, but my guild would be different this time. The reason I've been playing the game so actively lately is because I only have one guild shell. The other one was stolen from me. If you remember back in the day, that was dismantled. It's now in the hands of other people, and it is what it is. It's gone now. It's gone now. So in order to make a full guild of 150 people that can do Node Wars, you have to have a second shell of full Node War, of everything. You don't have to have the Node War buffs, but you do need to have all the other buffs, right? So the shell needs to be filled out. And so I went to work a few weeks ago on basically building this new reconstructed guild that is attached to Reassembled, which is the main guild. And if they bring back PvP in the game, my plan, and this is going to sound extremely unorthodox, is to rebrand it all to the PvP Academy. And the entire point of the PvP Academy is you're only allowed to be in the guild for a maximum of 3 weeks. Maximum 3 weeks. And the entire point would be to boot camp people on how to play PvP, like all forms of PvP and BDO. So GV, accept all decks. There are no home servers. It's just Arsha. You never take regions pretty much for any reason, because the entire point would be to train people to large scale PvP in like a competent, reasonable way so that they understand what's important, train them how to play their class, and then ship them off to another PvP guild. Is the plan. So like Pecco, like Statistic, like Highfall, like all of those other guilds that are fighting the good fight right now. But like again, and then some of them might go off. The idea would be that some of them would go off and make their own guilds, and I could help them start up their own guilds and stuff too on that. And again, the idea would be to shuttle hundreds and hundreds of players through the guild as quickly as I can and teach them how to do PvP. And then basically it would be an environment where we're always doing VOD reviews. I can also do the VOD reviews on stream so I can make them content too, where everybody else can kind of see what's going on as well. We would divide the guilds up into 4 teams, kind of like Harry Potter's houses, where we'd have like the green team, the blue team, the red team, and the yellow team. And we all have them competing against each other. So when you get brought into the guild, you would get assigned to a team. And then every time you participate in PvP activities, whether it be showing up to a GVG, going to the battle arena and training, Red Battlefield, AOS, large-scale PvP of any kind, that kind of thing, you earn points for your team. Winning team at the end of time gets to, tell me to do whatever the fuck you want me to do on stream, whatever. Like make up an arbitrary thing. Yeah, 10 points to Gryffindor, that kind of thing, right? Again, all in an effort to basically train people in a boot camp style. People are saying there's 3 weeks isn't long enough to teach people PvP. Watch me. I've done it before. You think I haven't done it in Reconstructed and Dismantled? That's all we did. We trained our own core. We trained our own players. That's how we did it. And it worked extremely well. This time, though, the goal would not be to try to be a strong PvP guild. We're going to be dog shit. The guild's purpose is not to be strong. The guild's purpose is to train players like the next generation of PvPers in the game and get people excited about doing PvP in the game and then throttle the scene in North America with potentially thousands, but at least hundreds of PvP players that would help rejuvenate the PvP scene. So the long answer to your question is that. The short answer is, well, yes, but only if the caveat is I'm not lifting a finger unless they fix Node Wars. I refuse to get back involved, mainly because of my platform. I don't want the developers looking at me and being like, well, he's still doing Node Wars, so they must be good. Fuck you. You screwed up our PvP scene. You screwed up our open world PvP. You screwed up our large scale PvP. You screwed up everything. I am not going to support them in any way for their PvP until they fix it. If they fix it, I will build it. And they will come. Many times, but that's beside the point. But yeah, that's the roundabout answer there. Yes, Pekko would sit there and fucking farm us on repeat, but I think that you guys would enjoy it. I think that if Pekko pulled 15 people to a GVG and we pulled 80, you guys would have the time of your life farming the shit out of our new players, but we would also have fun. So yeah, I think it'll be fun for everybody if it happens. Okay, hold on. Do we get closing thoughts from everybody else? We did. Okay. All right, so it's my turn now. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep yapping. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, guys. Favorite person in the audience today for fashion? Jay has not been paying attention.
Hi, yes, I have. I'm here. See, do you see me moving? It's my witch.
On why? Why am I? Oh, it's because I'm in slow mo. Hold on, I have to turn off slow mo.
Oh dang, where's Garnier?
Okay,
I was looking for
Natalie, get the
Garnier's cake. Can't find him.
Stop it. You're not going to give Garnier
the winning. Him.
I know who the winning person is this time. It's this person right here. Their family name Princess Kate. Bro, I don't know what it is about this outfit. They've got it going on. The dye and everything, it's hitting. I think this outfit hits hard. And normally I don't like the academia style outfits, but I think that this one is actually really good with the watch and stuff, and then the sneakers from the new outfit. I think that's awesome. Jay wants to eat out Garnier's ass. Blonde, what's your favorite outfit here?
There's a golden person on the left. I like the golden
person on the left.
The Valkyrie from the Krasnodar? The Valkyrie?
Oh, the other yellow one.
Oh no, yeah, fuck Valkyries. Idiots. Oh, you mean the DK?
Yeah.
You mean the DK with the fucking ballistic missiles?
I like ballistic missiles.
Oh my god.
She's got beach balls attached to her chest. Like, that's literally insane. Okay. All right, Corgi.
I like the way she holds her sword.
Oh my god.
What's my favorite outfit?
Yeah.
I really, really like the summer one they released last year.
Okay.
Bodaka?
You mean the Badaka outfit? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Shameless. Oh my god. I like when my character's just naked. Holy base, that's crazy. Okay, all right. Okay, guys, remember guys, comment down below and like the video. Guys, you've been watching it for like an hour and a half. Like the video. We love you guys. Comment down below who you guys want to see on the next podcast. I want to see a lot of love for Corgi. You, of course, can hate on the rest of us, but love for Corgi. We'll have his stuff in the description as well, so you can go follow him over on Twitch. Corgi, we would love to see an Awakening Valkyrie guide. Eddie. Please make an updated Awakening Valkyrie guide. Please. I know that you're scared because it would be like, you're scared because Amu made one and like fucking 4 you. You need to make one. It would be amazing. Please just make an in-depth Awakening Valkyrie guide. Okay, that being said, all of his stuff will be in the description. Remember, guys, we are on Spotify and Apple Podcasts too, so if you want to listen to us in the car, that's the whole point of this. You want to hear BDO content while you're at work with your headphones in, that's what we're all about. Just make sure you hit that follow button. Comment on the video on YouTube. From all of us here at the Oldmoon Podcast, have a great rest of your week.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Corky, great
Thanks
job,
for
man.
coming.
Yeah, great job, buddy. It's tough. It's tough to come in because we're kind of yappers. Was that the question? Was that the answer you were looking for, by the way, for large scale PvP? I know it's an unorthodox answer. I know that you were probably hoping that like me playing the game super actively in a roundabout way, Corgi. Yes, you're right. And it's funny that you even asked that question because I've been asked that question recently more than anything. Is that it's like, Blue, wait, are you coming back? Are we going to farm you again? Like kind of deals. I know why people want me to come back. It's because I usually have the new and returning player guild that's like, I'm like teaching people how to PvP and y'all motherfuckers just farm us. I get it, but it's fun for us too. In fairness, we love it. But like, I'm curious, was that the answer you were looking for? You were looking for something more direct, like, yeah, just come back so that we have somebody to fight.
Honestly, I just like seeing newer guilds pop up and them having a good time. I don't really care about farming new players. I know that's like a minority opinion from like usually high-end players. They love farming and getting a bunch of kills, but it's like whatever for me.
Right on. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you can look forward to it. If the ball goes well and they fix what I want about the game, absolutely. I'll kick all the fucking loser PvEers in the guild and we'll make it the PvP game like community that basically just churns players out, and then I'll recommend them to various PvP guilds on the scene because let's be honest, I know everybody's communities at this point. I know what Digi's like. I know what Pecco's community usually feels like. I know what Highfall's like. I know what I've been around, so I know who I can refer people to. It's like, hey, you'd fit in well with this guild, or you fit well with that guild. You know, you're terrible at the game. You can go to Statistic. You know how it is. Like. But yeah, I mean, like, I hope that they fix the game. I do. I think that the Heidel Ball, though, is going to be a disaster. You want my honest take? I think the Heidel Ball is going to be a fucking disaster. I think they're going to announce that Adani is not coming until the end of the year.
You think? I know. I know.
God. No, where's the wait and see? Where was this on the podcast? Bro, I think...
You want to know where it died? You want to know where it died? When they released a fucking dungeon that was easier than Hardwood Prince, and when they made it a solo grind spot, that's when the dream died. And... Miramak and Gyphon, MIA, KIA for all I know. That's when it died. Freaking PA, bro.
Christ. I mean, I just think, honestly, I think they're gonna pat themselves on the back at the Heidel Ball.
They're gonna look at the numbers.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh, look at the players.
Yeah, look how many people are fishing. Oh
look
my
how many
God.
people are fishing, dude. So many fish have been sold to the traders, guys. Look at these numbers.
Yeah, we're gonna do another fishing update that no one gives a shit about because you already make money, so that's the only thing people care about AFK. But like, I think they're gonna pat themselves on the back for that. I think they're gonna tease us with Adania again, but it's not gonna come out till the end of the year, which is a fucking disaster. And then I think that the large scale PvP changes. What large scale PvP changes? They're gonna remove resistances, and they're gonna think that that's what we want in PvP. And to be clear, that is kind of what we want in PvP, but that's not going to matter.
They're going to mess it up somehow. They're going to fudge it up.
They could. And they don't understand that even removing resistances at this point, they need to fix the systems of PvP in the game, or none of us give a fuck about the... Who cares if resistances are in PvP if we don't want a PvP at the end of the day? Like, I think that it's going to be resistances, Adania, like sucking their own dicks about the fucking life skill updates that are like killing their own game. And then, yeah, that's basically it. I'm not joking. I think that's just going to be it. I don't Corgi, do you think I'm wrong? Do you think it's going to be better, Corgi? You're the GM, so you're supposed to have the PMA take.
My honest opinion is every PvP change they've done so far has been worse and worse for the game. So
agree.
As long as they bring back something like, I don't know, 2-hour node wars, I think that'll help. That'll be a big step in the right direction.
The bar is so low. The bar is so low. Please don't change anything. Just give us 2-hour node wars back. Like, I'll be honest with you. I think that there's another big problem on the scene. Hold on, they're abusing a woman. That's crazy. I think there's another big problem on the scene is that they allow one guild to basically determine how much people have fun for the week. So whoever owns the uncapped region, in which case it's always digital for North America, if you piss off digital, they're like, fuck you. None of you get to do any PvP this week. And they can just turn off the node wars for the week, basically. And that is just not I don't think that's healthy at all. I think that was a stupid idea. And I think that like this hybrid thing is not working. They just need to full on eject the old Node War system and give us, or eject the new Node War system and give us the old one back. Make it 2 hours again and let us just stop touching it. We'll handle it. Just stop fucking touching it.
Have you done any Node Wars recently?
No, why? Because it's dead.
We get invited here and there for, I'm surprised we get invited, to be honest, but that's a different story. But when we do get invited, right now, every guild weaker than like the first and second seeded, they just horse in and zombie the base with full DP builds. It is awful.
Where was this on the podcast? Wait, what the fuck? I asked. God damn it, Corgi. I literally asked, are DP memes a problem in large scale PvP? And
just
you
edit it in. Edit it in.
I don't really feel like it's that big of a deal for us in Pecco, to be honest with you. So you're just farming me, bro. He's actually farmed me.
I forgot about it until we brought up Node Wars.
God damn.
Because we don't get invited to Node Wars.
Like, yeah, so okay, so what you're telling me is that they will just go full DP meme and they'll just horse in and blast the fort down and they're like unkillable.
Not necessarily blasted because they're full DP, but like not all the guilds, sorry. Most of these guilds have the mindset where winning equals fun rather than ball fight versus ball fight equals fun. So,
well, they can't win ball fight versus ball fight because the gap between the first two seeded guilds and the third and fourth seeded guilds is way too large.
Yeah, so they're just full DP horsing in.
I still understand what it's like. So for chat, let me explain it so that chat understands, because I'm sure a lot of them don't do large scale PvP. So chat, usually what our PvP scene does, and Corgi, you correct me if any of this is wrong. Usually what our PvP scene does when they want to set up a fight and do Node Wars, there's usually like one setup fight a night, maybe one setup fight every other night, because there's just so few guilds. It's usually the same fucking guilds every time, because like there's just not enough PvP guilds. That being said, let's say that all 4 guilds are rank 1, 2, 3, and 4, and like so if I say the number 1 guild, that's the strongest guild on the node, and if I say the number 4 guild, that would be the weakest guild on the node. We will intentionally set the fight up so 1 and 4 are together and 2 and 3 are together, so that it is as close as possible. And both teams have a chance of winning. What Corgi is saying is that guilds 3 and 4, or like the two bottom tier guilds on both teams, are so far behind guilds 1 and 2, like they legitimately cannot fight those guilds. Like if they were to clash, like both guilds were to clash, it would just be a fucking steamroll one way. And so what these lower guilds have decided is they're like, fuck it, everybody put on DP gear and we're just gonna horse into the fort, and we are just gonna run stuff down. Like we're just gonna run it down, and it'll take them a long time to kill us, but we will get objective damage done on the fort, and it'll feel better than just getting run down in the open field on repeat. And that has only been made possible because the developers are fucking stupid and gave us these wonderful crystals. At the bottom here, everybody praised them for the Karazad design. Oh my god, it's the best design. So much build diversity. There's so many fucking people said that when it came out. I was like, I don't know about this, man. Like, it's only a little bit more build diversity. And instead, if you take one of these AP crystals out of your gear, or even 2 or 3, instead you can put in the DR or evasion crystals, and suddenly you are wildly more tanky. Like you have basically the full maximum DP meme build. And you just put full damage. You just put full damage crystals on with full DP setup here, and you will do damage to structures. You won't kill other people, but you'll kill structures really quickly because they can't figure out structure damage in the game. So they have crafted this fucking metagame where it is now just a front line. Fuck everyone else. It is a front line. We're gonna go full tank, and no one. If we don't get to have fun, no one does, which is the most PvP mentality I have ever seen in my life. Okay, it's kind of like when they used to call Cho Nation to a GVG. Like you'd be GVG in some other fucking guild, and the other guild would call Cho, like Pecco calls Cho Nation to a fight, like, hey, we need help. So Root says, okay, fine. You sound the Cho alarm, all of Cho shows up, and the other guild leaves. And then Cho Nation turns around and says, you are gonna get farmed. because you're gonna pay the iron price. Like someone here is getting farmed. If we don't get to have fun, no one does. And someone is gonna get farmed. It's the most PvP thing I've ever seen. But yeah, that DP that's what I was trying to talk about on the podcast, and I guess you just didn't pick up on it. Maybe I should have been a little bit more direct. I was trying to lead you into it, Corgi. I was trying to be like, yo, are DP memes a problem or DP builds a problem in Node Wars? And you were like, no, they seem to be okay.
Gulp.
And then after the podcast, you're like, Blue, there's this metagame where everywhere is wearing DP builds and it's destroying Node Wars. Well, golly gee whiz, Corgi, don't you think that would have been great to mention on the podcast?
You know what I want to mention, Blue? Look over here. Look over here.
Note, I know you're in the audience right now. You need to edit that into his answer. I'm going to be honest. That and the whole description there, you need to edit that in to the podcast. Just move it into the podcast. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Note's pissed now because normally the podcast is like the easiest video of his life. Okay, hold on. Jay, what am I looking at?
Okay. Do you see me? Do you see me here? I'm standing in front of you. And then look over here to the follow me. Look, it's our artist.
Hold on. Where are you? No. Come stand in front of me. Where are you again?
I'm in front of you. Do you see me? Okay, and look.
Red. Okay, yeah.
Do you see on this pot? It's our artist. It's the DK on.
Oh my god!
It's our artist. Look.
Yo, guys, that's Mickey's right there. Wearing the cute face title right there. If you guys don't know who Mickey's is, that's the artist that made the
artist of the fan art of the week.
Yeah, that's Mickey's right there. Yo,
thanks for coming
Mister
out.
from another sister, or sister from another Mister. You did great. That art looks amazing. Holy moly, she's busting out in all the right ways. Great.
That's all I wanted to add.
Okay. Yeah, Note needs to just add the Corgi's answer. I'm not joking. He needs to edit that fucking answer into the podcast because I was low-key trying to get you to talk about it while the podcast was going on because like I wanted people to understand that large-scale PvP is actually in a really rough spot right now because the metagame. I've been messaged by 3 or 4 people to try to make they want me to make a video about it. And I was like, oh, good. I can just have Corgi say it and then it'll be in the podcast. Nope. Now I got like
we got the power of editing.
Make a video. Well, I don't want to make it a standalone video about Node Wars if I haven't done Node Wars in the last fucking like 8 months. Okay, I keep track of the Node Wars scene. I actually watched the last like 3 fights. I watched their VOD reviews. I watched them on my own because that's what I do in my free times because I'm a fucking loser and I miss large scale PvP. I do it BDO. I miss it. But like it was total ass. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is terrible. This is miserable. Not only is it only 1 hour long, and which is not long enough to complete a team fight, but they're also just DP memes that you can't stop, and it's so annoying. It's really frustrating. Really, really frustrating. It's like, yeah, I need Note. I'm just gonna DM him right now because he hasn't said anything. Oh wait. Sorry, I had the stream muted. Say anything important. You're an idiot. Note, you need to edit in everything Corgi said after that fact about like, yo, there's this meta in the Node War scene right now, how he explains it, and then my breakdown of the different guilds and stuff, and then you can cut back to the normal podcast where he says, no, there's no problems with Node Wars. Okay, that needs to be in the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check the contract. What contract? Get your ass to work. You stupid ass. Bro, you know, I Note loves the podcast. He's like, no, you need to keep doing the podcast because he doesn't have to do dick shit diddly. He just highlights it, downloads it, and uploads it. That's it. Even the thumbnail is like half done already for him. He doesn't have to do anything for that video. It's easy peasy. It's like the easiest day of the week for him. And now he's like, God damn it. Now I have to actually do something. How frustrating.
How dare you?
Yeah. I think that I'm going to make a PvE tier list right now. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to sit here and farm people.
Okay. I think I'm going to go grind some Ash Forest to finish off my second Dekia artifact. I sniped the full DR artifact off the market the other day. Oh my gosh. I beat 700 other people for that pre-order. Holy. RNG card.
Oh my God. Reported. Yeah, reported.
All right, I gotta go now, but let me know
Later,
if you guys
Taters.
ever want me to come back. I'll be happy to.
Yeah, thanks, Corky.
Thanks for
I
having
really
me.
appreciate
Thanks
you
for
coming on, man. Thank you,
coming.
man.
Mhm.
Later, Taters.
See you guys. All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening. We're gonna be grinding some Ash Force. Let me like close out on all these extra stuff here. Let's close this, close that. Go to studio mode, close the green screen, close out of this tab. And then go back here. Go to, oh, let's close this, and let's also close this, and then go back here, and then go back to the corner. Okay. Oh, I accidentally punched her. And then, guys, I just want to quickly use the washroom before we get started with the grind. So I'll be back like maybe like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I promise I'll wash my hands. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello? Oh my god, Corgi, thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly. Thank you for coming on. A lot of the suggestions on the comments in the last podcast, I was like, oh, let's get some of these people on. So I had been reaching out, and so thank you for coming on such short notice too. I only asked you like a couple days ago, so I appreciate you accepting to come. I need to prepare the next guest for next Wednesday, so we'll see who we can bring on for next week. Jay's V2 Mono looks like he was dozing off during the podcast. Well, you know, definitely Blue is a very natural conversationalist. And he's a very professional yapper. And there was a lot he said. Yeah. You don't have the right point emote? Which one? Which one? What do you mean right point emote? I don't. Add it. Yeah, if you guys want to add any like 7TV emotes in chat, let us know. Just link us the 7TV and I'll add it. I was on autopilot a couple of times and he hit me with Corgi. What do you think? That happens to me all the time, Corgi, on the podcast. So I'm like, it's a natural occurrence for me. That's why I like to have those thoughts written down, just in case. So if you, okay, here, let me do a little bit of a expose on myself. This is what I usually prepare just in terms of notes. Okay, so this is like in regards to like the first question is about Guild League. This is like, I was going to ask you, oh, does it like simulate old school, world school stuff? And then I got my opinion here. So this is just a common thing that I do like every week, just because my thoughts are just very scrambled. And so I have to write down all of these things. I was going to ask you, oh, do you have a favorite Guild League map, you know, and stuff like that. And and so I was going to also talk about like the loyalty system too. So I had the loyalty section part is here. So again, like I prepare a lot for the podcast, but sometimes, you know, again, a lot of improvisation happens, as I warned you like multiple times. So yeah, that's what happens a lot. FK during raid? No, I just needed to pee. We were podcasting for 2 hours, so I needed to pee. I was drinking. I'm trying to out this new health trend, Ray. I don't know if you know about this new health trend. It's called drinking more water. But apparently, guys, if you drink more water, you tend to pee more. Like a lot more extra fluid comes out of you for some reason. You know? That's a lot of witches. What the? Wispy. You don't see nothing. I spent the last couple nights diving into Awakening Wusa after being stuck for the past 2 months. Watching you made me want to try it, and the class is so beautiful. I can't swap back now. Yes, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Misa. It's not the most meta class, but I think the most important thing about playing BDO is that you're trying different things and enjoying what you are playing, right? So drinking is 2024 and 2025 we use IV bags. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Is that how I do it? Ray, I'm 5 more fragments, Ray. Ray, I need 5 more fragments. I can get my second Decade artifact. Sheesh. Oh my god. Not only which, don't click that link, guys. Make sure your salt intake matches your water intake. Wait, what? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Like if you drink water, you need to drink as much. You need to take as much salt in. You can overhydrate. What? Wait, isn't overhydrating basically just like drowning? Isn't overhydrating just water poisoning? Oh, really? You have to drink like a gallons of water to overhydrate. Yeah, at that point you're just drowning, right? Right? That's just it. Our body does a pretty good job of getting rid of the water. Yes. My bladder is pretty good at expelling water, you know? That's right. What is that emote? Ain't no way. Ain't no way, guys. What is it? Wispy. Wispy, is Ray being a bad influence, Wispy? What's happening here? Excuse me? Excuse me. Okay, I think I've gone all the stuff out. That 60. We'll be fine. Okay, let's pop some aggress as well. Wispy used to be so innocent and was nice. Only spam silly cat emote in chat. True. It's all your fault, Ray. It's the Twitch chatter mentality. That's right. That's right. That's right. We need to get Wispy back into Minecraft. Oh my gosh. Wispy was so nice and innocent in Minecraft, guys. Oh my god, it was so cute. Wispy was building all these like cute wool like sheep farms and stuff like that. That was cute. This is gonna host another Minecraft server soon? When? When? Sometime this month? storage. Have you guys already discussed what kind of mod packs? I don't imagine we're going to do the same one, right? That would be kind of a little bit boring, right? My only request is that the mod pack includes a nice storage mod, because I cannot live like once you go storage mods in Minecraft, like you don't go back. Like you can't manually sort shit anymore. Like you cannot function without the storage mods. And I like the one that we had before. What was it? Like Tom's Simple Storage. That one was so convenient and nice. That would be my only request, is that we get like a nice simple storage mod, you know? That's my request. Does RL Craft have Tom's Simple Storage by chance? You can pick for us the mod pack. Oh, I don't know if I would be I don't know much mod packs. I don't know very many mod packs. I just know storage mod packs. Okay, I just like building stuff. Okay, right? Like I'm good with whatever mod pack. I just like building stuff, and to build stuff you need like good storage management. So do we still have our old like file somewhere? Is that still like boot upable? I was gonna maybe like take some screenshots, like one last screenshots, just to remember the world, you know. The good memories. Is Waking Musa have a better kit for PvE in comparison to Succession? Is that what you mean, Nair? So how I like to usually describe it is that both Suck and Awakening, if you're just playing it comfortably and casually, I would say they perform about the same. But in terms of higher potential, I would say Suck has the higher kind of like sweaty potential, if you know what I mean by sweaty. But like if you're like putting your high effort in and you know being a sweaty gamer, I think Suck does the better job of doing that. Yeah. I played RL Craft for like 2 days. I'm kind of like a little bit indifferent towards it. Like I didn't hate it, but it was definitely very hard. It was definitely much harder than the mod pack that we played. Hi, Mia's Max. Good night, thank you. It's evening actually for me. It's 8:17 p.m. I'm having a nice evening here. We're gonna be trying to get our last 5 fragments tonight, hopefully. Hopefully. And if you guys haven't checked it out already, I had finally finished editing and posting my voice acting community event video, !Tales in the chat. TALES, and I added it in a way that it's like a nice listening experience, kind of like a little bit of a podcast experience, where I've meticulously I just got a Decus fragment, let's go. I've meticulously cut out a lot of the dead air moments, etc, and just also taken a lot of the raw audio of the submissions and inserted them instead of like our reactions for some of them, because some of the reactions we had were kind of overbearing on some of the voice submissions, meaning like you couldn't really hear the voice submission as well. So I had taken the extra effort to take the raw audio so that you could just hear the voice submission in it. So it's like a very nice listening experience too. Additionally, I have also added, I actually downloaded the VOD's chat, which you can do apparently, and you can render it as a kind of like a video so that you can see the chat reactions live with all the emotes and stuff like that. So I had also taken the time to insert all of those reactions from chat into the video as well, for like a nice, like, you know, looking at what everybody's talking about and saying about the submissions too. So I feel like a server for RL Craft wouldn't be that hard. I guess if we're all working together, that's true, Futters. I feel like if you're by yourself, it would be much more difficult, but you know, I'm down for whatever. As long as it has a nice storage mod and I can build pretty stuff, I'm down for any kind of mod. Look me in. I usually have like kind of like a route, if that makes sense, for whenever I start new Minecraft servers, is that I always like to go off just not too far from spawn, but like far enough. Like I feel like where we were at, Butters, when we were building together, what was it, like 10,000 blocks away? Which was like, if you were just traveling like 10-15 minutes, like you could probably reach our base, because it was a little bit across the ocean, so it wasn't like too far, that we're like far from everybody else, but close enough that we don't have to compete for resources as much, you know. So you play Minecraft on creative? No, we play on survival. You don't think so? You don't think where our base was a good spot, Butters? Would you have wanted to be closer to everybody else? I felt farming for materials is such a pain. I always thought it was like part of the grind. Correct. Maybe it's because I just play BDO a lot, but I've always felt like very satisfied whenever I was able to finally get all the materials I need to build the build that I want to do. So that was like part of the satisfaction that I enjoyed, really. I felt like we were pretty close to spawn still, yeah. Because I don't want to be too far. Do you mean like you would have preferred to be farther? Is that what you mean? Like you would have preferred to build farther? I mean, we can build farther next time. I got the Navarne step mine. Oh, I was gonna MP pot drop with 10 minutes of buff. How long did you spend on it? That's not. How long did you spend on it? Definitely. So Futters, I think I may have wanted to build further if I had known we had a warpstone system. Because you know how like everybody was pretty much next to each other thanks to the warpstone system, you know? So I think if we also have another like easy travel way system, then I would maybe want to build farther because it's like convenient, right? So that warpstone system definitely made it significantly easier, you know? You know, it would be a fun mod pack to play actually, Futters, is if where we had like different races, you know, like different racial abilities. That'd be kind of cool. Because I remember there was this one mod pack where like you could play as a giant, so you were basically like 1.5 blocks tall and you had like more HP, but you were like a little bit slower, you know. Or let's say you were smaller, you were like a halfling, so you were like half a block tall, but you were like faster, more nimble, but you're also squishier, like you had half HP or something. So you want to be a racist in Minecraft? Eric, no. This is a Christian Minecraft server. Excuse me. I think Minecraft usually has those mod packs, like all the mods 8 or something like that. And compatible. True. There is going to be compatibility issues if we just make a custom mod pack. So it's definitely nice to have some mod packs that are like remade already. because we know like the pre-made ones are usually, for the most part, compatible. No crashing and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not too picky about what mod packs you play. I just want one with like a nice storage mod so I can build pretty things. That's it. I have been really enjoying like create mod. Have you ever played with the create mod, Eric? Because the create mod has some really interesting stuff. Like you can even make like working vehicles with it, which is kind of crazy. It'd be fun to make like a little like, you know, like Mario racetrack with the create mod. I know Longhorn was like working on a what was it, guys? A train, right? Longhorn was working on a train. I don't know how far he got with the train, but I kind of want to help him next time. Because I would have liked to see that train like come to fruition, but I feel like he didn't get the chance to finish it, right? And so I'm like, maybe we should help him this time. My Minecraft timeline is like 2 weeks max. That's understandable. Yeah, definitely. I think once you get going with the game, you know, it can be like you've done everything you wanted to do, right? So how we kind of extended it, Eric, is that we would kind of lock the content. Like we would tell everybody, hey, like for the integrity of the server, we would wait until we've beat a certain boss before we continued with the content. And so we would limit ourselves with the content we do every week until we all got a chance to like we would make like Monday like Minecraft nights, and then everybody on, you know, our community server would go and do the bosses together. And so that kind of helps out the more late, you know, progressors of the game to, you know, kind of catch up. I'm interested in the building. Yeah, that's like my main gameplay that I enjoy about Minecraft too, is the building portion. That's feels. Out the man with glass bones, paper skin. I'll turn on creative build whenever, then turn off when doing stuff with friends. Oh. Well, I mean, it's if you're running the server, that, you know, you can do whatever you want. I do prefer for at least in the servers that I play, that everybody's kind of on the same playing field for the most part. I mean, I guess for our kind of Minecraft boss nights, we did use creative, or not like me, but the server mods, right? They'd use creative just to like teleport people, and make sure like everything's going smoothly, because sometimes like things go awry, people lose their stuff too. So we do have like those like creative or mod privileges just to make sure that everything's running smoothly. But yeah, for the most part, we do try to keep it kind of like survival at most. Another one, guys. Wait, we literally need 3 more. Ain't no way. Are we gonna finish this tonight? There's no way, right? We're gonna finish this tonight. Bum, bum, bum. Drop a full imagine. Ain't no way, right? I'm wondering if it would be better for me to always do my W R&B first before shift R&B and then just go shift F. Although that doesn't really kind of is counterintuitive to the whole dynamic of like make sure you're applying all your buffs and debuffs, you know? Because then I literally don't get time to cast my debuff. Someone just got the Crocodilos. Sheesh, Kimari. I guess after I get my DR artifact, we just go for Dawn Crystals? Or maybe we just work on Karazats. Like, how big of a difference would be those Jin Dawn Crystals compared to Bonds, you know? It is 40 bill. I mean, it would make a difference, but how big of a difference, you know? I don't imagine too much, right? Does anybody know if the pig cave is opening soon as well? Any pig cave trackers in chat? Surely. Oh my god, these ghosts are hitting me. Why? Do I not have the right add-ons on? I do. I guess he just said, oh, I'm going. Oh my god. Guys, you were literally just talking about it. What? It opened twice? What happened? Oh my god. Who's over there? Who is over there? Who's over there? Wick. Who's over there, please? Spawny? Sponge? Yes! Let's go! I'm here. Oh, get in. Get in! I'm in so fast. Thank you, Sponge. I don't have like the best setup for a golden pig right now because I have freaking veil crystals on, but it's whatever. Dude, what are the chances? What a coinky dink, guys. What a coinky dink. You're about to grind somewhere else? Let's go. Call him out. Maybe it might have been a good thing for me to bring my Veil set, because I feel like I would have maybe died if I tanked all of that with my all-out attack set. My Veil set makes me so tanky. Do I just use R&B to finish this guy off? Maybe. Oh my god. Rick. Of course I don't have elixirs on. Piece of candy, piece of candy. Oh my god, I'm falling. Oh my god, what if I get the jackpot this time, guys? Surely. Surely. Goodbye. Hi Hema, how are you? PK just opened. Surely we get the jackpot this time, right? Surely. What are you working on right now, Dylan? What's your next goal? Ooh, another piece of candy. Let's go. Star. Banani, I'm a star. 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 I was star. Oh. I mean, canceling out of my thing. Kira. What does she want? Go, 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 go. Decade Artifact said, I am actually 97 fragments for my second one. So we're almost there. We're almost there, Hema. We're almost there. But if Golden Pig's up, I'm going to Golden Pig, you know, because I need to get that jackpot early. I've never gotten it before. And then we can stop grinding ash, and then we can go other places too. I mean, at least I heard from was it Duodecil that Unlucky Pigs is not a bad grind spot if I want to just grind for money. Unlucky Pigs being like the 24/7 pigs, you know. So maybe we'll just keep grinding pigs, and then when it opens, we'll be here, you know. I miss the non-possessed Jay. You want me to change my color palette? I've been meaning to change my color palette in the near future, because I feel like this one has gotten a little bit old. In which case, what kind of color palette would you like to see? My original one, something a little bit more colorful. If you wait long enough, they'll be That's not for another 6 months, though. I'm hoping I can get my second model going by the time it's next year. That's kind of like my long-term goal, is save up enough money to get the second one, because the art's done. I just need to save up some money and find a rigging artist to get it going. This one looks to be going to be more expensive to rig than this current one, so the pirate song who SR'd this, King Cyrif. This kind of sounds like Mr. Krabs. Oh my god, is this pirate core? Are we listening to pirate core right now? Oh my god, there's a lot happening. I feel like this would be something you'd be into, right, Dalen? This is kind of your music. I remember you were showing me, what was it? Valkyrie? No, Viking core. What was it? Viking core? Viking metal? I remember the 21st time, September. More pirate music? Yeah, up to you, Sarah. The song request command is at your leisure. I'm down for anything, really. As long as you guys are enjoying the music. Oh, make sure the exclamation mark is before the SR. I believe in you. Ah! Was it Billy O.T.? I know the song. The Wellerman. Billy Boys on. May the Wellerman come to sing a cigarette, tea, and rum. This one's a catchy one. I was looking into like what tongue-in means when the tongue-in is done, and apparently that means they're kind of like, they're like taking out the tongues of like whales, or like kind of gutting out the whales or something like that. And the Wellerman is kind of like the person that is giving the provisions, if that makes sense, like the food and drinks for the people once they're done the tongue-in, which is kind of like the, again, they're like cleaning the whale for like, you know, products and whatnot, right? They're like gutting it out. It's a very and this is kind of like what they would sing, I guess, is the sea shanty, right? Kind of like, and I'm like wondering why. I was looking into like why sea shanties exist, and apparently it's to have sort of kind of like that camaraderie kind of thing, to kind of inspire the need to work more efficiently, like with the other like sailors and whatnot. Similar to how, like, you know, soldiers, they do like the, what's it called when you're in the army, you like left foot right and left foot that, you know what I mean, those like kind of chants, you know, what are they called again? The soldier kind of singing along kind of thing. Yeah, motivation. Can you sing again? I don't know the lyrics of this song though. I'll sing if I know the lyrics. Okay, he has like a kind of... What kind of accent does he have? Is it Irish? He kind of has like a Irish Scottish twang about him, right? It's kind of like British, Irish, Scottish. Northern UK. So a different language, basically. That's crazy. It's time for Les to leave her. Leave who? You know what other sea shanty that was actually in a video game that I really enjoyed, actually? King Saraf, I don't know if you've heard of... it was like the World of Warcraft Battle for Azeroth, Jaina. She was like singing Daughter of the... That's what it's called. Daughter of the Sea. That one was a really good... Is that on Spotify by chance? Daughter of the Sea? Okay, here we go, here guys, here we go. Hopefully there's some shies that will help us speed it up. Any shies? Any shies over here? There better be some shies, man. There's no shies. Referring to their ship, I believe. Oh. Wait, you can't even hear the music, Kima. Wait, what? You're on YouTube side. How do you hear the... I guess I said the words. Like, you shouldn't be able to hear the the song. Yeah, you can only hear the song on the Twitch side. I was like, how did you hear that? There it is. This is a sea shanty, right? Oh, daughter of the sea, she forget her seaside days. I used to play AC Black Flag, so I have a lot of them memorized. Oh, wait, that was an actual... Oh, that was from Assassin's Creed. Ah. stood aside. That part's always so good. The choir part. You know it's serious when there's a choir singing, you know? Do 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 do. What are we gonna get from this, guys? No, frick. Do do do. Nor. One of these 2% cast speed is better than the 10 AP. What do you guys think? I think the 2% is cast speed is better than 10 AP. Still in cool. Oh my god. What is this? What the frick is this, man? You think 10 is better? Okay, let me swap it then. Still in cooldown. Ree. Maybe I should pop some energy of happiness, you know? Oh, it affects other people too? Friendlies as well? We're in. I think AB is better, but attack cast speed usually makes you feel smoother. Let's see. That is true, especially if you're a slower class too. Hi Ping, how are you? Golden Pig just opened on NA. Time to get that jackpot, surely, right? Oh no, I'm stuck on rock. C still's closed, the money so bad. How long does it usually last on C? I imagine it lasts longer on NA, right? Because NA is like, what, 45 minutes till it closes? So you get like 3 runs in. Wow, this pig just didn't want to group up, man. You usually grind 3 hours max. Oh my god. If we could have golden pig here for 3 hours, I would grind here for 3 hours. Are you someone I scammed with my female VTuber model? What do you mean you scammed them? It's up, Butaru. Get over here. Get over here quick. Log in. You can't? No. Let's make a video. What are you making? What are you making? Ooh, content. And up she rises. Early in the morning. Okay, when they say early in the morning, does early mean early? But then they're trying to be like different, you know?
System says Lachi Bonnie just raided us with a party of
Lacey,
76.
I feel like it's been
Let's
so
give him a warm
long since we
welcome.
last talked. Hi.
Welcome, Lachi Bonnie and the terrific 76.
Yeah, I don't know why Lil J
Get
saying
ready for
Lache
epic gaming
Bonnie.
adventures and raccoon fun. Boost energy with advanced GG using code JK.
Oh shit, they ad read as well?
Make this stream unforgettable.
How are you, Lacey Bonnie? Welcome ready from Lacey Bonnie stream. My name is Jamie for Animals Raccoon. We're doing the Pig Cave. We just got done with the Oldmoon Podcast an hour ago, and Pig Cave just opened. So hopefully you had a good stream, Lacey Bonnie. What'd you do on stream today? Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. They're saying early. But they're saying it like weirdly, you know? They're saying like early in the morning, you know? Is that just how pirates talk? See, early in the morning. Is that the pirate accent? Grinds, taps, Pit of a Dying, and hard bosses. Let's go. Oh yeah, resets tomorrow, right? The party boss splits. And up she rises, and up she rises. We're just listening to some pirate songs. Thank you again so much for entrusting me with your viewers, Lacey. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get some food, stretch your leg. Yes, definitely energy up. Get some energy. Of course, you have great vibes. Oh, thank you. And for those of you in Lacey Bonnie's stream, if you guys don't know, I recently hosted a community voice acting BDO event where I was taking some voice submissions of people basically dubbing the NPC characters in BDO. And if you'd like to see that, you can find it on my latest video on my YouTube channel, !Tales. And I have meticulously edited it in a way that it's like a nice listening experience, kind of like a podcast experience. So it should be a nice little like background video to watch. Pretty long one, it's about 2 hours long. But we have some really talented people in the BDO community. I was a little bit worried about the turnout, but we had like more people than I expected, really. I'm super glad about the turnout for it, because literally like 3 days before the event, guys, we had like 4 submissions. We literally had 4 submissions like 3 days left on the event. I'm like, oh no, is this event gonna flop? But hey, like everybody literally did a last minute, which I was like, oh thank God. I was like so worried. Holy. Who did Webby end up voicing? I believe it was Dolsway. Spicy Nuggets. I have it all timestamped too, so I have meticulously edited the video so that it's just, everything's like nice and clean and neat, so you can just hear our submissions and comments, and you can also compare with the original voice. I didn't have the original voice, which I should have during the event, so I edited that in as well, etc, etc. So ASMR style, not really ASMR style. There's a lot of memes in there. You guys know me, I'm a bit of a memer, so I added a lot of memes in there. I love memes. Yes, a fake hot dog. You guys can throw stuff at me. That's one thing I need to update as well with my setup is throwables. I've been talking about like adding more throwables for a while now, but like I haven't done it because I've been lazy. I'm sorry. Music bumping a buff in my chest. You're ready to face it. Got me a set. Did you turn throwables off for the podcast? Yes, yeah. I turned it off because I didn't want it like, interrupting during the podcast. CD cave is so long. Yeah, it's a 5-minute CD. And also, Dalen, make sure you're always turning on your elixirs every time. I forget every time. Even though I've done this like so many times, I still forget to like return on my elixirs. Especially since it's nighttime as well. Like it's dangerous to grind here without elixirs going because they hit kind of hard. Every time I come in here, I get the violent urge to tag Awakening Wusa. Is the tag event still going? That's still going after the patch? Is it still one fuel? I mean, you won't really lose much for tagging it and trying it out. Everybody wants a taste, that's why. $45 fuel is cheap. It adds up, Dalen, especially if you're a chronic reroller. It definitely adds up. Is Awakening was a S tier now? No. It is not. So if you're looking for an S tier class, yeah, try somewhere else. Who do you think S tier is now? Probably Witch. Like Suck Witch. They recently got buffed, and I thought it was already a pretty good grinder, but they got buffed similar. I'm glad they finally have dummy training XP event. Nice for 66 plus players. Oh. I wonder what the highest level is currently right now. Because I haven't really paid much attention to XP in a very long time, actually. I guess if I had to be motivated to grind for XP, guys, honestly, I would grind for XP just so I could be level 69. For no reason, because it's just a really nice number, So that would be my main motivation for getting to level 69 or getting XP. Highest is 70. Boo. They didn't stop at 69. I was supposed to play Expedition 33 last night. Then I had a 4-hour talk about shy balance. Oh, is that the video you're uploading? Utar? Sir, recommended PVX class. Awakening Dosa. Demois. Probably one of the best grinders and PvPers in the game currently. So, and you'll have an easier time on that class too in terms of like learning it, because I want to say it's like one of the easier classes to learn, in my personal opinion. Not to say that it's not very like a skillful class to play, and definitely, you know, to a certain extent, you need to be skillful to be performing well in PvE and PvP. But it's definitely easier to pick up class than other classes. And great at both PvP and PvE. That's where I want to get to 69, and I'll take the XP grind more seriously when Dekia trees come out. I think I'll only ever take XP seriously once I'm like kind of like done with my gear, you know, like if I have like deck everything, then I'm like, oh yeah, let's go for XP, you know. Shy is getting changes? I'm not too sure, Ziggers. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just anticipating the changes right now for whatever classes get. Unfortunately, there was no global labs this patch or this week. If you guys don't know, they were on holiday, Korean holidays, so no patch this week. And there's futters. A bon. Unbill sheesh. Is Wizard Awakening still good in PvX? I'm not too sure about PvP side of it, but definitely PvE it's still pretty good. Yeah, always. It's still pretty good in PvE. I've seen some good numbers still post changes. If you'd like to see more of it, I think Hugh, if you know Hugh Hotbar on his YouTube, he's been posting like, you know, videos on... What? Guys, I literally just made 2 bill in like 2 minutes. Ain't no way. What? We love Golden Pig Pave. Oh my god. Sheesh. But yeah, Hugh Hotbar has some Awakening Wizard videos. You still want to, if you want to see like the numbers of it post nerf, so it's still pretty good. Better Witch Awakening or Wizard Awakening? I prefer Witch just because it's more tanky. Kimoes. So I personally think Witch is better just because it's tankier. And I prefer to play more tanky classes. That's where I stand. And also she has, you know, anime waifu situation happening, you know what I mean? We love Witch. Better costumes. Better personality, better costumes as well. Yes, it's true. Oh my god. My HP. Help. I hate that spinning attack. Okay, here we go. I probably should have saved my E-buff for this boss over here. Any shies around? Oh my god, look how the golden is, guys. Jesus. For what do you want? I think still awakening. Oh, for PvP, yeah, yeah, wizard. I would say, yeah. I was just like answering in PvE. Is that I prefer Witch Awakening in PvE just because it's tankier in PvE. But yeah, for sure in 1v1s, wizard would probably have the advantage because it does have some more like faster paced attacks as well as a grab potentially. Although it's not a very good grab, but it is a grab. So. You know it, not anything at the parties. In Guild Siege, still knock down and use Witch Awakening. What's the better for use? Oh, I've never, well, I wouldn't say I've never done Siege, but I don't really do Siege nowadays. So I'm not too sure what kind of like the meta is right now for Siege stuff. But I would probably point you towards potentially the Witch Discord if you're asking about that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't do Siege anymore. So not too sure what that meta is. Can't believe I got 2 bonds. No, the gold bar. I think the game heard me. It was like, oh, you got 2 bonds? Well, here's a 10G bar. Munchik, let me in. Let me in. You know that one meme, guys, with the guy? I need to make a let me in kind of situation. A meme, let me in meme, let me in. Before someone closes it, quick. Before someone closes it. Ray. Ba-ba. Bum, ba, da, 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 bum. We're in, we're in. Hey Jay, where should I grind with 313 AP and 308 DP? Sorry, do you mean 408 DP? Because 308 DP is like seasonal cactums or something. Because if you try to go to any of the 300 AP spots with 300 DP, your ass is gonna be split apart. You know, unless you're into that. Oh, 48. Okay, okay. Okay, I was about to say, oh, 310 sounds like you're good for any of the Dekia spots. Really, it's like Dekia 1 spots. So Dekia Cadres and Thornwood Forest would probably be fairly good for you. If you're working towards the Compass, Dekia Hystria and Dekia Alchemin. And then Sulfur Mines and what's it called? Piliku Jail for the map. So any of the Dekia spots. You could try out some Trolls as well. Trolls is pretty good at that AP DP level as well. Oh my god, I forgot to turn on my elixirs. Ray. I was gonna say you could try out Dokubi Forest. That's kind of where it's made for your AP DP level as well. I personally have never liked Dokubi Forest, but hey, you might enjoy the playstyle. Let me summon love, rain on me, rain, rain, rain on me. What are you currently working on, Starscream? What's your next goal? Usually I like to pair like wherever I'm grinding with like kind of like a secondary side goal. So that usually helps influence where I want to go. Rain on me, rain, rain. Additionally, what class do you play, Starscream? Because there are some classes, you know, there will be a class difference always in BDO, so you might find it easier or harder depending on what class you play. You finally looked it up. What? Oh my god, guys, it closed so fast. That was literally a 30-minute golden pig. Not the 30-minute golden pig gave Wait, and freaking the team thingy. Oh, I hate this freaking bug so much. Was it 15 minutes? Well, it felt like 30 minutes. Hooray. It was so fast, guys. No. Wait, you mean to tell me, King Seraph, you're still working on the Magnus? Like, you should have been done by now. So you're telling me you're still at that part 4 hours ago? Oh yeah, I saw that, Wutar. That was so funny. Yeah, that was the one I linked Blue during our podcast. The talent. Jazz is so talented and handsome. The Magnus questline is pretty long. It is pretty long, but I think that where the, you know, the part where you're on the island, Noctism, isn't that like towards the end? Aren't you like nearing the almost the end of the on the thing? Other questline where you're on the island and you're looking for the stupid little like twigs and stuff. These trees are almost at the edge of them. I told you to look it up a video. King Sarah, I told you to look up a video. Twice. You're like, hey, look up a video so you can finish it. And 4 hours later, then you finally look up a video. Currently completing my disto accessory and I'm playing Mego Succession. Okay. Pretty comfy class. How is Mego Succession in terms of like sustain? Sustain being like HP recovery and tankiness. I don't think it's a fairly tanky class now. It always felt like a little bit squishy to me. I wanted to try myself, plus I stopped to watch the podcast. I see. Well, it is a body. You could have listened. Just listen to the podcast. There's not much like visually happening during the podcast too. So we're not doing anything like crazy on the screen. Mostly just us yapping away. Yap. This is probably my favorite song from Aurora. I know she has some more popular songs, but I just feel like this one is just so like upbeat and fun compared to her other songs. Her other songs are very emotional, but this one just makes me feel like I just want to get up and dance, you know? Because she has the other one where she's like, and I was on the door myself, da, 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 da. You know that one? This one's a good song. I like this song. Wait, doesn't she have the other one? Where she's like bum 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 bum. I don't know if I'm saying it right. There's a lot of information wise because I'm so new to the game. Oh. Information. Bum, 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 bum. I guess definitely there's some insight, you know, with like to be intently listening to for like with Blue and talking about, you know, the state of the game and whatnot, right? And so I guess I can understand if you were wanting to listen more intently during those parts. So that is definitely important to think about whenever you are playing a game. Is the game in a good spot? Do I want to spend more time on this game, you know? Hear it from me. Yes. How did you know, Starscream? Just from that like one snippet. Oh, I guess you can't really hear the music on the YouTube side, Starscream. Are you more of a YouTube stream watcher? Yeah. I always find, okay, not to say that the YouTube side is like weird for like streams and stuff, but like I always find it like very different the way you guys like speak. You don't like talk like a Twitch chatter. Like a lot of the people on my YouTube like viewers, they don't talk like Twitch people, and I'm used to like talking with like Twitch people, right? Like the way they speak, right? They're very like you know, dented, right? But you guys sound like very smart, you know? I feel like the people on Twitch is very like on the denter side, you know? So Butters, the heck. Don't compare. You also have like a first name and last name situation too, because on YouTube, you guys don't know, the names are like separate words, right? They're like John Smith, and then on Twitch it's like, oh, X69, you know, gamer. You know what I mean? Shit, let us be. Oh my god, I love the Bee Gees. They just have such vibey songs, you know what I mean? We love the vibes. Only because my name is attached to my Devin Ruland. Do you see? Is that your actual real name? Devin Ruland? I can't believe freaking YouTube automatically doxes you. That's crazy. Just call this dumb. Yeah, dumb. Dented is different from dumb. Okay, dented is like dumb in a good way, you know. Dude, let us be to you and me. Oh my god, we love the Bee Gees. I'm trying to think of another like Bee Gees song that I like. Can't think of it. So he's calling us special needs? No. This is skateboard. Oh yeah, on YouTube, there's no like emotes, right? You guys don't have like 7TV or something, right? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. Twitch is really meant for game streaming and for YouTube channels. That's why info details are here. Weird. I see. Well, it used to only be for gaming and streaming. It definitely used to be that way before. Nowadays, there's more to that. Nowadays, you know. Now there's a lot more going on Twitch nowadays, you know. Please share. Oh, well, I mean, have you ever been to like a body painting stream by chance? Starscream. They're very talented. Very, very talented artists. He leaves. Hey, leave us art peeps alone. The body art. I mean, I imagine, you know, body art is something like really, really cool and you know, in the art community and stuff like that. But I can almost guarantee you that the people who are doing it are not just doing it for the body art, you know? Some of them just don't even look that good. Did I self-report myself by saying that? Some of them are not even good artists. Like they're just like putting like paint on them, you know? But maybe I self-reported by saying that. Some of them are not even that good at art, man. They're just putting paint on their body, man. I came for art.
Illy J.
Blash, are you Blash? Speak the words on your lips. It's unspoken. Your arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. No one else. No one else. Do 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 do. How's the peaking grind? Going pretty well. We've gotten 2 bonds, and that's always a win. This is my 3rd run. With the blank page before you. Dirty window. That you cannot find reaching. My 3rd run, but it had closed. Fortunately. It had closed. So I couldn't get the jackpot. Question, is anybody like Russian in my chat by chance? Because I am trying to like study different accents, and there is like a voice acting role that I was like interested in. And I have to speak in a Russian accent. Is Russian, I feel like Russian accent is not too hard, right? Blyat, you know? Tripolowski, you know? That's what they say, right? Is the throwables not working right now? Are the throwables not working? What happened? Is it not connected? Okay, let me turn it back on. Russian is about learning what words to enunciate. Oh. They've been working since the start? What? I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know why it has not been working. I know that Twitch has been like kind of messing around with like API stuff lately. I know a lot of my programs have been having to how we're not like connecting. There. There we go. Now it should be working, right? And so I guess I just gotta manually connect it sometimes. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you, Remissory Bot. When are DSR or Ash, do you think? Probably DSR is going to be more consistent, Zervin, in terms of money. Ash is like kind of RNG, to be honest. Unless you really need those decky artifacts, then, you know, getting extra fragments is always nice for that. I'll be heading back to Ash here myself soon. Trying to get my last 3 fragments. Need is a strong word. I see, I see. Very strong. Well, what are you working on right now, Sargon? What do you need? Quote unquote. We are victorious. Panic at the Disco, guys. Funny accent trick is changing T's to D's for Indian. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure every accent has their kind of like nuances, right? Okay, guys, grab your tokens. Grab your tokens. Tokens. No, not the thing. Well, I mean, that was pretty good, guys. We got 2 bonds, and how much is this? 11. So basically it was an hour of grinding. We got about 3 bill in crystals here. And then we also had all the trash as well. We love Golden Pig. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Burb ain't getting a lot of Guild League action at the moment, so I wouldn't really use them. Yeah, the attendance has not been the best lately. Maybe people had gotten, you know, bored. But I would like to do some more in the future. So when the time comes, I'll be ready. Have you done much Guild League with us, Sovereign? Oh, I guess you said Burb, right? So you mentioned Burb. Were you there when we matched up, when Ness matched up with Burb? Victorious, 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 tonight we are victorious. I wasn't there for the Holy War. Is that what you call it? The Holy War. Guess I can definitely sell these ones. I'll never use these ones for sure. Oh, I like the vibe of this song. Bum, 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 bum. This kind of sounds like it would be on a, I don't know, like an anime opening kind of situation. It's gonna be anime opening vibes. Or anime ending kind of vibes too. Bum, bum, bum. You know, guys, I was gonna go back to Ash, but I'm like thinking... I'm thinking maybe it might be good to maybe take a break here, because I am feeling a little bit tired. So maybe we turn in for the night, but we start stream like early tomorrow, you know? We get a good night's sleep tonight. We do a long stream tomorrow. No? Have you seen anything regarding Claire Obscure Expedition 33? I have seen a lot of content creators from the BG. I watched a lot of like Baldur's Gate 3 content creators, and a lot of them I noticed have moved to Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I haven't looked into it too much myself, other than just watch like clips and memes and stuff like that. But yeah, it looks very, very interesting. It looks very like classic JRPG mechanics too. With like the turn-based system, with like the action turn-based system kind of thing. It's the best game I've ever played. Yeah, it looks very good. It looks very, very good. Maybe we might make that like, I don't know, like a sub goal. Like if we reach a certain sub goal, we pick it up and then we play it on stream or something. Bum, bum, bum. But I'm really bad at making sub goals, guys. So, ooh, how about, okay. Not, maybe we'll leave you guys with some, we'll do like one tap. Just to give you guys a bit of content before I head off. So we'll do a tap on our earring. But I do want to save the majority of taps for like a big enhancing sesh, you know? Gabba, you guys ready? You're playing a dangerous game making it a sub goal? Wait, why? Why is that a dangerous game? I've always wanted to explore more games lately, and I just feel like I haven't had the motivation to do it, and so maybe a sub gold might make me more motivated to do those other games, you know. Your wallet. Well, how much is the game? maybe we can just make the sub goal like equivalent to how much it would cost to pay for the game, you know? Claire Obscuro. USD. Ooh, if it's 45 USD, then that's like 100 Canadian. Oh, it's $49.99 on Steam. So I don't know. Maybe we make the sub goal like 10 subs or something. You know, I'm Canadian. Yes, I'm Canadian. So things are like twice as expensive for me. Jay plays Warframe. I've never played Warframe before. Is Claire Obscura like a long game? Have you finished it yet? Is that a long game? Do I have enough crons here? No, I need 3,000. I think I have another costume on my witch here. 40 hours. Oh damn. Where did I leave those extra costumes on my witch, right? Thankful premium outfit. Let's just do the premium one. $40 without the side stuff. Oh. So we do all of these ones. Premium from the loyalties? I did, yeah. I picked it up. It was like 2 thankful boxes. Yeah, I picked it up already. Is that enough? Oh shoot, I don't know if I Don Blackstone. Okay guys, this is gonna be attempt number 9, I think. You would love it, I think. It definitely seems like a really interesting game. So probably would. Okay, you guys ready? Attempt number 9. Let's just rip off the band-aid. Come on. Number 9, let me finish. Come on. Oh! Guys! That was like the best slinger ever. Oh my god. We did it. 6 out of 6. Oh my god. Sheesh. Let's go. We did it. Oh my gosh. We beat the game. I can't believe it, guys. I don't need any more Don Blackstones. What do I do with my Don Blackstones now? Okay. Maybe we tap our main hand? Or maybe we save everything for like a big enhancing sesh, you know? You hoard them just in case. True. True. Dude, I can't believe we finished it today, guys. Dude, I thought we were going to take longer for our deck attempts, but holy moly. We did it. We did it. Ending on a high note. Let's go. That was good, guys. All right, guys. I'll send you guys over to Zone for now. And I'll try to get a good night's sleep so we can start stream. Well, I do want to run some errands first. Maybe we'll start stream like a little bit after noon, maybe 12 or 1 p.m. PDT. Do you have a combo video? For Awakening Wusa, I kind of have like a talking about my combo video, if that makes sense, Madling, which I can link you, where I just go over with chat, because this was like right after you know, the changes happened, right? So this would probably maybe give you the answer. And also, if you guys haven't seen my video already, here I'll play a little bit for you on stream here. I had hosted a voice acting event over here, and here's a little bit snippet of the winner of it, but it's a 2-hour long video. I had meticulously added all the timestamps and also meticulously removed all the dead air, so you can kind of like view it as a very a podcast like video. It's a 2-hour long video, so maybe you guys could watch this after this, but I would love it if you could give it a like and subscribe, just to you know, it was a lot of work, so just a little bit of support there would mean a lot. So here's the trailer for Tales of the Adventurers Season 1.
They say you only live once. I beg to differ. I was born 3 times, and I've met death 3 times. My first home was Altanova. The curiosity I gained there cost me my first life. What exactly is the true nature of the Black Stone? What lies beneath the vast desert? You dare to learn your true wretched self. Behold, I am Ilezra, the darkness born from the desert.
Host did such a good job, right? Oh my gosh. So for this trailer, I wanted to make it like very special. Like I basically added all the sound effects in, so all like the rock sounds, the tree root sounds, the stomping, the the town sounds for Altanova, the hammering of the blacksmith, the horse noises, all of that were just like manually edited in. It was such a fun video to edit. So I hope you guys enjoy the content. Hopefully you guys enjoy the content. And of course, you guys don't know the song is from Path of Exile. It's such a good song too. It's such a good song. And so it just, they always have some really good songs. You guys haven't heard the Path of Exile songs.
I am Ilezra,
This part, this end part.
the darkness born from the desert.
Wah, that wah at the end. These are my favorite part. Oh man. Oh yeah, here when they were doing the yeah, I had labeled everything so you can just skip to parts where some people did. I think yeah, there's Snoofle, Hardcore, or Zeridan's part was always so good. It always sounded like Igor. Oh, it's Zeridan again.
Be a doozy. A doozy. This is the one take, by the way. The one take.
The one take. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go.
That's what he said. He's a one take.
I'm Dave, the storage keeper. You can even store your worries here. Welcome. I'm Dave. I'm kind. Workers do all the work. I only need to keep things in this storage.
I could hear us cracking up during the end there. Did you hear that?
Workers do all the work. I only need to keep things in this storage.
I love Zeridan. But yeah, I also you guys don't know, you can actually download the VOD's chat. That's a thing, and you can render it as a video so you can see it live happening. And so for each one of these, I had like sifted through the chat just to make sure all the reactions were like lined up with whoever's doing the submission, so you can have like a nice like reaction along with the chat as well. So it's a very nice like visual video. I also have some memes here, like in the beginning here. I do a lot of like, meme stuff here too. BDL, yeah, where I just talk about like unique kind of event. So here,
I'm taking
like,
that person.
Let's line up. So here I had kind of like made fun of who was it? LV Yeti. Any creators really do something like this? I've always seen creators do like hide and seek events, and stuff. Not to say that hide and seek events are like not special.
What is a NA only event? Is a hide and seek event.
But I feel like there's a little bit of those memes sprinkled around there. I think Jen also had a pretty funny part here. Jen with Igor here.
Are you?
Like Jen's reaction here, or where is it?
Did not feel like Igor. I was totally lost in his specific voice. He sounds like a character that would be like in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, like my baby daddy though.
Like, yeah. Do you get that?
You know what I mean? So there's like little memes like spread around like there, here,
Baldur's
here and
Gate.
there for the
Yeah,
video.
like my baby daddy though.
Like
So
yeah,
so you'll have some like fun moments there here and while during the video. So please give it a like, subscribe. So again, I probably stalled enough. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, I'll send you guys over to some for now. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night. Let's send you guys over to Mushy streaming. Let's send you guys over to Mushy. I'll see you guys over there. Bye.